Okay. If I do this, switch over. Okay. So we're still green, so that's good.
For what it's worth, you sound fine on my end.
Yeah, you guys all sound good right now, too. Hey, if anybody's still in chat, after 30 minutes of fuckery. I'm trying to get everything up and running here. Fucking restarted the modem, restarted the computer, switched cameras. When I just popped in before this, um, when I hi Pop, when I just popped in before this, I was getting just choppy chat again. Now it seems to be working correctly. So for whatever reason, I'm thinking that it's this camera doing it, which
That's
I don't get
so
it,
weird.
but I
What
don't get
changed
it.
about your camera setup?
Well, the camera, the hold on, let me pop this out so it actually shows up in the stream. Hey, look at that, and everybody's in the right spots. So yeah, so oh, and you guys gotta see this now. So yeah, so I don't know what the deal is. I'm assuming that using that as a camera is what's causing the issue, so I'll have to troubleshoot that on my end. But hey, hi everybody. It's been a long time.
Thanks.
All right. All right. Looks like we're up and running. Thank you all for hanging out, even though all this shit was going on. I appreciate that. So this is a great way to start off the final few episodes here. You know, with everything breaking. Bob.
What?
I need to adjust your camera.
How do I need to just like lean left?
You don't need to do anything. You sit however you're comfortable, and I will change this guy.
I always fight with that. However, I'm sitting at the beginning of the stream, I always end up just like being over here for the rest of it.
That's completely alright. So while I do this, who wants to kick off recap after a fucking 2-week break?
Yeah, that'll go well. Some of you got it, or am I getting it?
I can go off of memory.
Fantastic, thanks.
Where exactly did we start?
About
I
to
need-
fight.
Oh,
about to fight that one asshole.
yeah.
Like, is that the exact starting spot
I
though?
thought,
I
so
think-
I
Yeah.
thought where we specifically. Oh no, you're right. Yep, I was thinking to a session before that. Yep, we were about to fight the asshole with a stabby thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because Bassett got like smacked. Okay.
Yep.
So Bassett gets smacked down. The rest of the group, with the fight pretty much won, or at least in our favor, tries to chase this guy down and stop him because he seems to be on a straight course somewhere. Screech and Chaplin are pretty far away from him, and I think Chaplin healed up Screech a little bit before they started going forward because they got. Did you guys get hit with a big fucking sword attack thing?
I think we were able to dodge it. I think we all made reflex saves.
Mm-hmm. No, Bassett and Arkin were right on this guy's tail. Bassett gets, or I think they both got hit by that big attack, and we're trying to get in a position where we can get right up next to him without being vulnerable. So we're always a few feet away so we can't get attacked. And Arkin cast a spell on him, or no, Arkin takes out his horse and that drops the guy and gives Bassett time to get in front of him and launch him back a few feet. And he lands straight in front of Arkin. Arkin, in turn, knocks him back even more. And at this point, he is about 20 feet closer to Screech and Chaplin. Um, I'm not sure how the fight went down. I know Screech ulted as well, and during the fight, Bassett and Arkin both go down. Arkin with his clones or mirror images managed to dodge one of the attacks that he was doing, but when he did a big cone attack at Arkin and Bassett, he couldn't really get out of the way because it's a big area, and that took him down. Bassett gets him up, but goes down immediately afterwards. And I don't remember who finished him off.
It was Screech.
Screech.
It was me.
Screech. It was with the ult. When you ran up to him, you ulted and destroyed him.
It was Chaplin
Yeah,
for the melee
Chaplin.
attack.
Chaplin heals up the group. Bassett heals himself what he can. And at this point, everyone is almost 100% tapped out. And we remembered that someone mentioned that there's lava around a temple that Chaplin had put up. So after getting a little bit of healing, everyone rushes over there and tries to figure out a plan to save the people that were inside, like the 80 people that were in it. Bassett goes in and saves the one guy he promised that would be safe in there. Can't really come up with an idea to save the rest, and Arkin goes and flies over to find Screech and tells her to. He draws some lines on the floor and see if she can jump to this distance, and she clears it no problem. So he's like, "Perfect, come with me." And we're trying to come up with a plan about Screech jumping people over. Someone came up with the idea of throwing people instead from one of the upper rooms.
Yeah,
I
someone.
think it was
all right.
Arkin.
Yes,
I think it was Arkin
Yeah,
again.
it
I don't
goes
know.
from
I don't
someone.
remember. I don't remember how his plan went from jumping people over to throwing people over.
Your plan was jumping people over. His was throwing
What?
them.
Yeah, but Arkin made the lines. It was like, "Can you jump this?" So I don't know.
I'm
To
just
make
what
sure
trying to
that
make
happened
sure
there.
Screech
Screech
could
could
get inside.
Oh, okay. So, Screech jumps in. Arkin explains the plan. Chaplin gets everyone to get mattresses and stuff to put as a cushion for the people that are about to be thrown over. And there is a long hesitation trying to get people to come up, volunteer to be thrown, trying to get everything in the right position so no one falls in the lava or gets thrown to their death. And Arkin disguises himself, pushes everyone away. He's like, "I'm not dying in here. Throw me over. I volunteer." And Screech grabs him, chucks him over. He lands perfectly fine on the mattresses. And after that, everyone just starts lining up and getting thrown over.
Totally
There's
not Arkin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
we get the first half over no problem, and during the second half, something happened. Screech slipped with one of the people she was throwing, and he starts heading face first down into the lava. Bassett manages to jump, do like a spring off the temple and save the guy, and after that, there's no problems with getting the rest of the people. And when the temple finally, or for the last person screeches, Chaplin, I think, yells at her to just jump over because he
Yeah.
knows that it's about to expire. So as she runs with the last guy to jump over, as she pushes off with her foot, she feels the ground underneath her just give out, and she jumps across with the last guy. And pretty quickly, the lava just envelops the area that the temple was in. So getting those people out was good.
Good call.
They would have all died if we didn't do that.
You're welcome.
Um, everyone's resting. Arkin gets called over to talk to some of the people that they caught, and as he gets there, the crowd of people, the citizens here, are going crazy trying to reach them. And Arkin grabs the first guy, asks him a few quick questions. He doesn't want to answer, so Arkin just pushes them into the crowd of people, which just rip him apart. The second guy he pulls, casts a spell on him, and he spills everything that this was just a diversion. There's 12 people, I think, heading up to Peak Ascendance with the cube that we were after, and they're going to use it as like a detonation to kill the 6 or the monks that were chained up there, trying to keep the, I don't know what it's called, the Titan, um,
Yeah.
asleep in this dream state. And we found out that they're going to be there in 48 hours.
Somewhere about there. Yeah.
My
So
God. So we prep our things. Chaplain rests up so that I can do a double jump to get us there, taking us to the Shadowfell for a night of rest, and then from the Shadowfell back to that area, because it's not a temple. I can't just poof us there, but I can use plane shift to get us there. Unfortunately, Cliff likes to use the teleportation random chance effects from the teleport spell on plane shift, even though it's not in the rules, and I
Fucking
rolled low.
Cliff.
So we don't actually know where we'll be starting the session off, or if the world ends because we landed in the wrong spot. But
It's
we'll find out
fine.
shortly. I'm not salty. You're salty.
the group grabbed the third captive, and brought him with
Oh,
us when we went to the
yep.
Shadowfell for a gift to Lila.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did not
yeah.
arrive at the
Good
same spot
times.
as we did for some reason.
Mm-mm.
It's like I messaged Lilith in advance and said, "You can take this one."
I'm sure it's fine.
Fine.
Yeah.
She was
so,
going to go there anyway. I might as well claim the victory.
So yeah. So after 2 weeks of no session, 30 minutes of technical fuckery, let's start episode 68 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Fantasy Grounds is up. You guys can all join. It looks like Alyssa already is in. And what I would like for all of you to do as soon as Fantasy Grounds load is to go ahead and give me a D100 roll, please.
Oh no.
Alyssa, I like your dice color.
Why, thank you. I don't.
Well, then fucking change them then.
I can't. This has been the one that's been making it so I don't roll once on my damage. Every other color I've been getting fucking minimum damage.
Wouldn't be Quests and Cliffhangers if everything went smoothly. Right.
That's
But
true.
I could deal with a little less technical fuckery, though.
The issue is we missed 2 weeks, and therefore it's actually just catching up a backlog.
Oh, is that what it is? Like it's just a
It's like 10 15
Concatenation
technical
of technical
difficulties.
issues.
Yeah. It's like how we're starting off 2020 with everything that could go wrong. Like the decade, the 2020 is not just the year. We're starting it off with everything that could go wrong, so the back half will be fine.
Hmm.
It's
That's
the
what
opposite
you're
of
telling
that.
yourself.
If we make it that far.
Sure.
Something I don't fucking know.
Looking like a shitty sequel to me so far.
Uh,
This is a fucking Ronnie Yu sequel.
I don't know who that is.
I don't expect you to.
well, Allie's
the
saying
next
if
movie
cursed
night?
us all, probably.
I mean,
I am up.
it's fine. 2020 was decade 202 level 0, the tutorial. We're just entering the real game.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like that.
I like the one meme that was like, did anybody else realize that 2021 is really just saying that 2020 won?
One. I don't like it.
Hey, you know what? If that's it, if 2020 taught us anything, is that we're resilient, and that even though some people are slow to realize it, we collectively are not as dumb as we thought we were.
Oh, I'm dead.
High score goes to Arkin. Really, all that means is that if there's a body of water nearby, you're landing in it. It might be lava.
It may be in a different dimension. It's
Water
fine.
dimension.
It's demon water.
Right.
Fine.
So you are all in the Shadowfell, in the tavern. Chaplain begins to do the prayer for getting you to Peak Ascendance, where you need to go to. You guys feel that same familiar weightless feeling for a second. There's the flash of light. Arkin, you immediately feel something different than you normally feel with this. That temporary weightlessness that you have doesn't feel so temporary. You're completely blind at this moment as your vision has not readjusted to what's going on right now, but you feel cold air, you feel wind, and you feel yourself falling. What do you do?
Pop wings.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dex save. You want to make it at least a 20. Actually, you know what? You want to make it a 25, because your fucking bare minimum is like a 19. 25. Let's make it a little challenging for you.
And he's dead.
His bare minimum's a 20. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I said 25. Do you want to use a IP, or are you good with that?
Sure.
Do you have auto 10s on saves as well?
Yeah. His
Yeah,
dex-
if you're proficient in it, it's
wow. Okay,
yeah.
that's fair.
Do I have any more?
All right, you got 2 more?
Let's burn them. There we go. Let's use that last one.
Definitely won't need those IPs today.
Fuck 'em.
Nah,
Okay.
Going out with a bang.
you wouldn't need him if he was dead. So
Mhm.
might as well roll it now.
Exactly.
So you used one. You used all 3. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
All this shit rolls out of the way.
So, you pop your wings and you feel this incredible drag for a brief second, and your vision starts to come to, and you see yourself just staring off into the horizon of a Niratima about 500 feet in the air. Everybody else, you find yourself standing inside of the makeshift hut that Chaplain put together for you when you were climbing the Peak Ascendance. And as you all look about, you see Basette, you see Screech, you both see Chaplain. You do not see Arkin.
Chaplain, did you bring Arkin with us?
I intended so. Chaplain is going to primarily look to make sure nobody is currently rolling down the side of the mountain.
Give me a perception roll.
Ah, yes, the rolls and the buttons and the things. I know how to do that.
Get down.
So about 50 or so feet below you all, you see Arkin just kind of hovering there in place for the moment. But he is completely off the ledge that you built the little lean-to on the left-hand side as you were walking up. Off the right-hand side is just a sheer cliff, and you see a robed purple figure with wings of bloom in the air.
Arkin, perhaps you may wish to come this direction.
Just gonna fly over, land, and just walk past Chaplin to work on your fucking aim.
I'm sorry, perhaps next time you can cross us from one dimension to another.
Or I can watch the Titan of Rise and watch the show.
You understand that would likely be bad for you as well.
Yeah, be entertaining.
So, as you all recall, you're about a day and a half or so, or was it 2 days into the journey is where you built this lean-to? Go ahead.
It was about near the end of day 2, as that's when people start noticing exhaustion effects on people.
And per the amount of time that you had, you have less than 30 hours to make it to the top.
Right.
Remember that these 12 people were already on their way up.
Well, it seems we have some walking to do. Shall we? I think I may know the direction. And Chaplin's going to just start walking up the fucking staircase of doom. This is going to have to be an Air Force march. We're going until we hit the top, and then we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Nap all we can.
All right. And as you're all making it up, the breeze is a little bit stronger than it was the first time you did it. And off in the distance, when you were looking off the ledge at Arkin, you noticed that storm clouds were coming in from the east, blowing in towards the west. They have not hit yet.
I'm going to get lightninged.
So,
Oh God, we travel with a lightning rod.
I have in my inventory a potion of thunder resistance. I'm actually looking to see how long that lasts. 1 hour. Okay.
It's thunder, not lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very frightening.
So what is all of your urgency level with how fast you're moving up this mountain right now?
Little legs. Go as fast as I can go.
I'd be pushing us at a quick walk, knowing that we're just gonna keep going until we get there.
Okay.
Arkin's just trying to keep up.
But that's like long striding up these stairs.
Everybody go ahead and give me a Constitution save, please. All right. So you all start off your journey at a brisk pace. Collect yourself after falling to your death almost, Arkin, and you all begin to just I wouldn't say run, but move up at a brisk pace. And this is like first thing in the morning that you're all there. So you have plenty of daylight ahead of you. After about 3 hours of travel, the storm starts to show surface as you see these dark clouds begin to wrap around the mountain above you. And not long thereafter, it begins to rain, and you hear the echoes of thunder booming off in the distance, and the clouds light up every now and again with lightning. Um, the staircase starts to become a little slick, and in some areas, water actually begins to rush over the staircase, making it a little bit more difficult of a trek. Let me just do this just to be fair with it. But it doesn't stop you all from maintaining your posture. After about 12 hours of travel, night is falling. The storm has died down for the most part, but there is still a strong breeze blowing through. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll, please.
Cool.
Beset and Arkin, as you're walking about, and you're coming to an area where the staircase starts to kind of zigzag a bit around the mountain, which you remember from the last time that you were here. You're both tipped off to the sound of just loose stone kind of trickling through that to Chaplin and to Screech, they don't really pay much attention to it. It's mostly just sounds similar to what it would just from the ground, slightly giving way to wear in general. But you two pick up on the sound of it coming from ahead and a stone rumbling down. And as you pay attention to what's going on, you can hear people talking above. You can't determine how far away they are. I'll say, Beset, you can tell that they're only about maybe 50 or so feet above you, but you have no clear view of them given the way that the staircase is sort of built. But you can tell that they're near. You can hear them talking, and they definitely sound like they are moving at a brisk pace as well.
Baset's gonna stop in his tracks and try to get everyone else to stop too. He's gonna turn around and like hold up his staff so no one can walk past him. And he's just gonna hold a hand up, like one up and one over his mouth to stop anyone from saying anything.
Chaplin, seeing this, is about to raise a hand to ask if he needs something, and then just kind of crouches down so he's not in the way of anyone's sight, and also, so he's not a big orange robot in the middle of everything.
And he's gonna hold everyone in place for a minute or two to make sure these other people get out of listening distance.
Yeah, so after a few, you stop hearing the cascade of loose stone, and the voices travel off into the distance.
As soon as I stopped us, about 50 feet ahead of us, there were some people walking.
Did you?
Why'd you stop us?
Because any kind of intercation on these steps right now in the water isn't going to end well. Unless you guys have some magic to toss them off the side.
No, it would not end well, most likely. However, I believe we are coming from the opposite direction of where the assailants should be coming from. And I do have the ability to create more platforms, as I have in the past, but they are not really large enough to fight on.
Is it large enough for us to stand on? If we're stable, we don't have to worry about them.
This is fair, and I can ensure my own stability. Arkin's stability is not really in question, as he is capable of recovering from issues with heights. But before we make assumptions, Arkin, would it make sense to have... I cannot remember his name. Craven, scout ahead. Just gonna call it haha.
Have we seen birds up this high, Cliff?
There's not a lot of them, but yeah, there's still birds that are up there. It's mostly larger birds that you see up there, like hawks and whatnot.
All right. um, are we talking like the kind of big birds that would fuck with him if he starts flying over there?
I mean, he's a smaller bird, so he could definitely be seen as prey. Although with the storm rolling in, you're not seeing a whole lot of birds right now flying.
All right. Is the storm too bad where he would not be able to fly?
He would be able to fly. It's just windy.
Okay. All right. He's going to nod at his shoulder and have Craven take the sky with the idea to stay distant and inconspicuous, but keep an eye on whoever that was above us.
All right. Go ahead and give me a perception roll with him.
Okay. I don't think I can do that on my own still. Can't right click on him on the combat tracker.
Yeah, okay. If you want to do it on yours, you could do just a wisdom roll with a +1.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry. Do a d20 with a +1, not a wisdom roll, because you don't use your proficiencies.
All right.
Yeah, that makes a bit of a difference. Yeah, so he swoops up, and about 100 or so feet above you all, there's this train of people that are fully robed up, and they're walking single file in a pretty quick pace in the ledge ahead of you all, and from the front, there's two people that are walking in front, and then there's two people behind them that are carrying something. They have like almost like a makeshift like gurney that they're carrying. One's holding it at his hips from behind, the other one's holding it in front. There's something on it, and there is a thick hide covering the top of it, but it looks like it's about a 1 foot by 1 foot object that's on the tarp.
Okay. You know what? That's a cantrip. All right. So he's going to walk over to between Chaplin and Bassett. He's going to hold out his hand. He's going to use minor illusion to show him the images of what he's seeing, and just kind of shifting it around according to like the different things that Craven is seeing, the object that they're holding, and all that.
That is an incredibly creative combo. I'm glad I never thought of this before. You can just make a fucking mini map of what Crow's seeing. Fucking game changing. You should have learned this like 30 sessions ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a couple of people carrying a stretcher with a thing on it that's covered by hide?
Yep.
How many total people?
12.
How many were we told were part of the assaulting party?
12.
12.
Interesting. And they were carrying, in theory, a cube to blow things up, which means that could probably be them.
Mhm.
And
Probably.
it actually makes sense that they're going the same direction that we are. My brain thought they were coming up some back door for some reason, but there's only one proper path up.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
A
So it
back
is
door to
likely-
Peak Ascendance would have been fucking difficult to do.
To be fair, we left through a back door. That's
True.
where my brain went. It's
True.
like, we left the back door. Clearly, they are coming through the back door. No, the back door was fucking wizard. Then it seems reasonable logic to assume that the group in front of us is, in fact, the group we are attempting to stop. One small modicum worth mention is that we are not currently on a safe or stable location to fight them, and a fight in this location would be difficult. I am not certain if there is a safe way to surpass them.
Well, if you don't want to fight them, and we have the element of surprise right now, do you still have your earth-changing magics prepared?
Yes.
How fast does it work?
Relatively quickly. However, I've never attempted to use it in an offensive manner.
Well,
And I
what
can
time
only-
better than the present when they don't know where it's coming from and just eject them
Uh,
off the side?
Yeet.
Correct.
I can only affect a small area at a time.
It's my second yeet plan in 2 sessions.
So, Cliff, the path we're walking on,
John,
is
you
it
okay there?
in a just up the slope of a
Last
mountain, or
one.
is it cliff face on one side?
It varies. In a lot of the areas, it's cliff face on one side, but there are some areas where it doubles up, like where you guys were standing at right now. It sort of wraps around and doubles up, which is why you were able to hear them immediately above you, because it kind of zigs back and then goes back over. But then now they're treading back into an area where it's mostly just cliff face on one end.
We have a bag of holding, correct?
Yeah, I got one.
I have an idea. We could take my cloak, and for effect, Chaplain kind of steps off the path onto a slant and is like this, standing perfectly at a 45-degree angle. Give it to Arkin. Have the rest of us hide within a bag, and have him, using a slightly circumvented route, run ahead stealthily while not being observed to get us ahead of them, so that we may lay a trap for where they are coming as opposed to rushing them from behind. Would that be more effective from your planning?
You want me to stuff you all in a bag?
Would it be a better combat plan for us to be ahead of them rather than behind them, and able to pick our terrain?
I like being ahead of them,
Imagine they're ahead of them, yes.
and I like that bag. Could we load it up with like a bunch of rocks, then go right in front of them and like unload the rocks all at once?
Cause an avalanche?
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I mean,
The
if you
bag
want to
likely
do
does
that,
not-
we have someone in our party who's notorious for causing them.
More magic.
No,
More
I
important
just
is the
screamed
question.
really loud. Apparently, I don't remember this happening, but
We'll talk about that later.
y'all keep telling me it happens.
The bag, does it open wide enough for us to enter before we entertain this idea further?
I don't know.
Can you answer that?
Screech try and put him in.
Screech is gonna like empty her coins into one of her pouches, like out of the bag, and just like, oh god, how much money does she have? Hold on, I want to know how long this is gonna take. Inventory, several thousand gold. Okay.
Arkin jumps in.
She's just like trying to point. She's like, she's like, give me a second. And she holds up the bag and like pulls it as far open as it goes, and I don't know how big a bag of holding opens.
Is she dumping the bag?
She was dumping it into one of her other pouches.
Oh fuck.
We should all fit
Yeah, no,
together.
fuck you. You ain't taking her money. It's like 2,200 gold and about 600 silver.
Cliff,
Yeah.
does the entrance to the bag of holding look wide enough that a person can fit in it?
I mean, it's a sack, so you could open it. You know, you could put it to the fact where you could like pull it over yourself, like one at a time. Yeah.
Okay. Does this seem like a reasonable plan?
What do you do?
If you want.
I am asking for the opinion of the majority.
If it puts us in front of them, I'm down for anything.
Taking another level, they are carrying something. We are not, and we have been traveling for less amount of time. If we were to get, say, an hour of relatively quick travel ahead of them, get out of the bag, and simply keep going, we could even reach the top on a even platform before they do. And thus be able to assault them from even terrain of our discretion, while they are on uneven terrain. The downfall to that is that it would put the weapon of destruction closer to the temple than I would like. The other caveat is the Jackal said that he would leave something of value to help us at our destination. So whatever that is would also be available to us if we made it to the top before they did.
I, for one, am not enthused about waiting for some mysterious handout from a god.
Are you enthused about fighting from level terrain against an enemy that is not on level terrain?
Oh no, I'm interested in this this plan of yours to be ejected out of a bag from another dimension and surprise attack or whatever it is you plan to do.
So, simply put, I think we should all enter the bag, leave my cloak with you so that you can go over terrain as you see fit. And when you believe we are a sufficient distance away to not be discovered, even moving quickly, we exit the bag and continue our trip towards the top. Is this agreed upon?
Up to them.
Basset, Screech.
Like I said, it's fine with me.
Can we all fit in here?
Chaplain's
One way to
gonna
find
go
out.
walk up and put his head in the bag. How much room are we talking?
You're just walking in and putting your head in it.
In the bag of holding.
It's completely black. You don't know.
I cast the light spell on the light cantrip on a gold coin and drop it in.
You see it fall to the bottom. It falls down about 4 feet or so, and then you see a very dark, gray, almost black fabric look. But it's really hard to determine any sort of walls or anything inside of it.
I will let you know. Chaplain pulls off his pack, drops it in, and just climbs in.
So you climb in, and you see Chaplain climb into this bag that's on the ground, and you see him sink down, and it goes down to about mid-chest as he's standing there.
I seem to have encountered a problem. I'm gonna crouch down and see if there's like a bunch of horizontal space, or if the answer is no, this plan doesn't work.
You crouch down, and he disappears completely from view. When you crouch down, Chaplain, inside, you can see that the opening is about 2 or so feet above your head.
And do I have cloth on all sides of me right now?
You don't have a lot of room. Like, if you stretch your arms out, you can feel walls.
Okay. Chaplain stands back up.
Give me an insight check real quick. So you deduce, so you could fit 2 other people in there with you. Would be a super, super tight squeeze that you don't know if it would work or not. but you could fit one other person in there, cramped.
Important clarification. We have 2 bags of holding, correct? Arkin, you have a second?
He like reels back a little, maybe.
It would be better if we were evenly distributed amongst the bags, assuming that they have similar capacity. If you would like, I can enter your bag, as you can trust me to not steal anything from it.
Hmm. He like narrows his eyes. Fine.
Chaplain
One coin's
climbs out-
missing. I will
Chaplain
know.
climbs out of the bag, takes off his cloak, hands it to Arkin, and waits for him to pull out a bag for him to climb into. It will be a little cramped, but it is a necessary tactic.
Arkin pulls off his bag and opens it up.
All right, so Chaplin jumps into Arkin's bag. What's everybody else doing?
Screech will climb into her own bag, I guess, and then she'll look at my set like, watch! And it'll like duck down so she's disappeared in the top. Who's that? And she goes back in.
When she goes down, he's gonna like pull the strings and close the
Throw it off the cliff.
Campaign over, done. Okay. See, here's the thing. That would end Screech. It wouldn't end Chaplain. Because, oh no, I'm in another dimension. How will I... Oh, wait.
You can't do that today, though.
No, but I'd rest for 8 hours and probably still beat them to the top.
If you got thrown off a cliff,
If the bag's still intact.
pretty sure you'd be dead.
My understanding of bag holding mechanics, the bag that gets destroyed, the extra dimensional space is still somewhere around the astral plane.
If the bag gets destroyed, it tears open a one-way or a gateway to the astral plane. It basically tears a rift in space. The bag being destroyed would be bad. Also, if you wouldn't have used 2 bags, I was waiting for you to not address the fact that Arkin has one, and if his bag would have went into that bag, that would have been really fun too.
Yeah, I thought about that.
All right, so Chaplin jumps into Arkin's bag. Screech jumps into her own bag. Arkin and Beset are just standing there looking at each other at this point.
That's gonna put on Screech's bag, like shrug his shoulders.
That was what I planned, but I'm
Friendship.
down,
Alright.
so I can't answer that.
Arkin's gonna tie up that bag, put it on his side next to his other one. He's ready for a Pokemon battle.
He's gonna turn his hat backwards.
So he just be like, nope, can't see it.
Yeah. Okay. So Chaplin's cloak doesn't require any sort of attunement.
It does. It absolutely requires attunement.
Okay. How long would it take to attune it?
A short rest.
Fuck. These fucking rules. Oh.
The whole thing was just that it would make it easier for him to travel up the mountain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fuck it. He's just gonna pull up his own cloak, go invisible, and just start hoofing it because he's got fantastic agility.
Please don't leave my cloak behind.
Yeah.
And I do want to clarify, Chaplain took his backpack with him before you pull some nonsense on me.
I'm gonna pull
The back-
nonsense.
Saying I can't get my stuff because it's in the other bag because I didn't specifically say, so I'm calling it out so that I can't get in trouble if I need my shit.
I don't like your implications today, sir.
The bag is gonna slightly open for Chaplin's, and then his cloak will just come and land on his head.
It's like just sitting there, like crisscross. Unless that's gonna listen to where you go and follow you.
So Chaplin and Screech, both of you experience the same thing. Each bag's inside looks slightly different because they're different bags and it's different dimensional portals in wada wada wada. But essentially, as soon as the top flap is closed, you are in an isolated environment. All sound stops. So, like, you can hear your own internal mechanisms working. You can hear your own heartbeat. Chaplain, I don't know, gears and shit. I don't know what happened.
Whistles and steam.
But you are completely isolated in here. And the first thing that you notice after about 5 or so minutes is it is getting heavier. The air is getting heavier in there.
No, it's not. If you're implying I'm running out of air, remember that's not a thing for me.
True. You could still feel that the air is getting heavier, though. You breathe, don't you?
No,
You don't breathe at all?
I don't breathe. Nope.
Okay, well,
I'm muted. You muted me.
Then you're ignorant to the fact that the air is getting heavier in there, but Screech is definitely feeling it.
I noticed.
Well, Chaplin is having the fucking time of his life. This is the calmest, most restful location he's ever found.
We're gonna get to the top, but that's gonna be like, oh.
Just close it back up.
We're gonna head down the hill and we're gonna give him about 5 minutes.
Screech says she's not ready to come out yet.
Someone find me a stick.
All right. So Arkin, Bassett, the two of them jump into the Mario tunnels. What do you two do?
Off the stairs, up the mountain.
Yep.
So you're just walking up the side of it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basette's plan would be to go to like the left or right, whatever has more obstruction, a few feet, and then start heading up.
Okay. Yeah, so you start making your way up. Arkin, are you popping wings and flying up there?
Yep.
Okay. And are you like following Bassett or are you guys splitting up? Like what's the game plan?
I'm gonna stay relatively close since he's got his invis cloak on. And then just make sure he gets up where if it doesn't look like he's having any trouble, he's just gonna go ahead and fly ahead, far enough and just wait for him to catch up.
Okay. I mean, he outpaces you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. He's gonna follow him then.
Okay, yeah, his base movement speed is 55.
Do you have a climb speed, Sim?
I think with my shifting, I actually mirrors, but I don't need one. I could just walk up the side of mountains or walls.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to climb. He's literally just he does what your cloak does naturally.
Jesus fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Hashtag
I want all the
monks are
tools
OP.
that Chaplin has, but I just want them naturally.
Yeah. So you just go rogue or monk. Or multi-class, and then you have all of that. Okay, so you are you still using Craven to get an idea of where they are?
Yep, he's keeping spying watch on them.
Okay. Go ahead for Craven and give me a 20 roll plus 2 versus a 16. Good job. So he maintains far enough distance to look like a natural bird and not a crazy summoned one that communicates with its master. And you see them walking along, and it's at this area where it's this long, straight stretch, like a plateau in the path before it starts heading up. And you can see that that's where they're at this moment. You are able to fly ahead. Give me a stealth roll, please. Which I'm sure is going to be fine because your base is like a fucking affinity, infinity +1, but just in case. Okay. Well,
Jesus Christ.
Is
They
that
are-
decent?
well, it's against a 3. But yeah. So you actually give me a second one.
Okay.
Okay. So you it's not like I was expecting you to roll lower than a 3. This is just a different. This is different. So you zip ahead of them. Basset, how are you? What's your approach here? Even if you start running up, with them heading in this straight path here, from where you guys are, they are, for simple sake, we'll say they're to your right. They are up and to the right. What's your game plan?
If I can go any more to the left to obstruct myself from them, that's gonna be the plan. But if it doesn't, if there's like a long section of the cliff that they can see me from, then he's just gonna try to sneakily get up there, like um, crouching down, going on all fours, and um, hopping from platform to platform, trying to look more like an animal than a person.
Okay. So you could definitely do that, but is your goal to try to get in front of them?
Yeah. From what do you remember Chaplin saying, we're trying to beat them to the top, and
Mhm.
this is the fastest way to do it with those two in the bag.
Okay. So yeah. So again, they're to your right. So to get ahead of them, you would need to move right a fair amount. So Arkin has it easy. He just flies and he's invisible, so he can get in front of them. You, on the other hand, you have to try to make your way past 12 prying eyes. So is your goal to try to get ahead of them and then move, or like above them and then move, to stay below them and then move?
Um, I think above then move.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll, please. Okay. So you make your way above, and you find an area where it dips in a bit before it starts ascending more, and you kind of use this shelf to scurry across, and you can see them walking, and they're moving at a pretty brisk pace, but obviously it's not comparing to what your pace is. So you see an area where the path begins to go up. Are you going to wait for them to get up to a higher area and try to get in front of them there, or are you going to try to jump in front of them before they hit this incline?
If I wait for them, they're gonna be in front of me again, right?
Well, yeah, you'll have to continue above them and try to figure out another way to get up there.
Let's try to just jump the incline.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics roll, please. Okay. You leap off, jump onto the stairs in front of them. About how far ahead of them are you trying to get?
Um, unless Arkin stops me, he's just gonna keep going at the same pace until he tires himself out.
So you're just gonna try to run to the
The peak.
peak? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Um, okay. So yeah, you could do that. So Arkin, you would see Basset scale up this area and sort of go out of your view for a moment as he is obscured by the shelf of this cliff. As you begin flying in a beeline in their direction. And as you're getting close to where they are, you see him up ahead of you jump off this ledge onto the stairs, and running on all fours continues running forward, and you lose him again as he bends the corner.
Okay, well, if he's going up the stairs, then let's see. Between where we are now, well, where Arkin is right now, and the peak, like how much distance is that? Can he see it from there, or?
No. So from what you remember, based on the amount of time that you guys have been walking right now, you have a good 15, 18 hours ahead of you before you get to the peak.
Okay. I thought the. Okay. Since he's a good distance, he's going to come down for a landing. Well, hold on. Can he dash in flight?
You should be able to.
I assume so.
All right. Then he'd be moving probably the same speed as he would on the ground. Okay. Yeah,
Do you
he's
get
just going.
actual flight, or is it like a soar? Like, you only fly for X amount of time, I thought, wasn't it?
Never says any restrictions on it.
For
It
the,
does not, no.
Yeah, for the variant, he just has flight.
Yep, so you fly at 30 feet. So if you dash, you'd be moving at the same speed on ground as you are in air.
Okay. So going to message Chaplin, let him know what Bassette's doing. It's like, what's the plan?
Can you message in other dimensions?
He'll peek the bag open if that helps. Like if he doesn't feel that connection's established, he'll like just kind of open it, and
Okay.
at that point just say it.
So yeah, so Chaplain, you're sitting there in your peaceful sanctuary of absolute silence, and then all of a sudden, the flap opens up, and this cold breeze blows in, and this bright white light hits you before your eyes get a chance to adjust to the new brightness.
So yes, Bassette's taking off faster than I can keep up with him. Wasn't the plan just to get ahead of him?
You're muted.
Correct. If we are continuing in this formation... Wait, you said Bassett is continuing? He is not in the other bag with Screech?
Yeah, apparently he's stayed out of the bag, put her in one, and he took off.
You understand we are leaving Screech alone currently. We should check on her to make sure she is well, has sufficient oxygen, and is aware of the plan that has now changed. Can you message?
Not that far. He, like I said, he took off.
Chaplain, like, pops his head out. Well, please set the bag... Please set the bag down for just a moment.
Are you in flight while this is happening?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, dear. Chaplain pops back down. Please set the bag down.
Arkin, give me a deck save.
Okay.
About
Drop
20
the
pounds
bag.
appeared at your side.
Don't drop the bag.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Arkin will come in for a landing and put the bag down.
Chaplain will just like slowly or just stand up, step out of the bag. Please wait. And cast sending, which I do have prepared, to Bassett. Bassett, it seems you have decided to continue to the peak. While this plan is viable, you should make sure that Screech is understanding of the silence and alone time and has sufficient oxygen. You may reply to this message.
Okay.
It seems he is aware of the plan and will ensure that Screech is taken care of, although he's used fewer words than I would like. I'm going to return to the bag. You do not need to let me know we have arrived until we have arrived, or you need further assistance. Thank you.
Are we going to the peak then? Or are we stopping here? Because I thought we were just trying to get ahead of them.
It sounds like we're going to the peak because I believe if you said Bassett has passed you?
Yes, he's running on all fours, some kind of cat thing he's doing. I don't know. That's your friend.
Chaplain climbs out of the bag,
puts on, make sure that the robe is on, enters wide hips mode. Perhaps I should travel outside the bag and be available as an extra pair of eyes for you.
I mean, at this point, we're far enough ahead of him where I'm pretty sure that's fine.
Or, if you would like, you can enter the bag and I can carry you. If you would like a short rest.
You see the bag lift up off the ground, disappear, and then you hear footsteps walking away.
Would you like? What pace would you like me to travel at? Wide hip.
See you at the top. Then you hear the sound of wings deploying and then taking off.
Understood. Chaplain just starts going because I have 60 feet movement while mounted. Ignore difficult terrain like stairs, and I won't really get tired as fast as most people. So I'm just gonna go. So we've now split the party 3 ways. Nothing bad can possibly happen from this.
Fine.
Was that's gonna find a spot, get behind some rocks, put the bag down, open it up. I see a little dead chicken.
How long have you been running before you did that?
He would have done it as soon as Chaplain would have mentioned something. So however long it took us to get to this point.
Okay. Yeah. So, Screech, how do you handle being inside of this bag for 10-ish minutes? Complete silence. You're just hearing like your heartbeat, and you're hearing your stomach digesting food. And the
When
air
she
is starting
thought
to
she
get
was
real
going to be
thick.
with a friend and she's actually alone.
This is fine.
And the air keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier, to the point where it's almost like a sauna.
Have you ever seen a scared bird when they puff up their feathers and they just breathe really fast and you can like see their heartbeat?
Mm-hmm.
It's that. She's just sitting there like, wide-eyed, looking around in the dark.
You're consuming air really fast.
Yup. I am my own problem.
All of a sudden, you see this burst of bright white light that temporarily blinds you. You feel this blast of cold air, and as your eyes adjust, you see Basette looking at you.
Chaplain says to make sure you're okay. You don't look okay.
You good?
I'm by myself.
Yeah. Is that a problem?
That.
Oh,
No.
I was
Oh.
carrying you. You weren't exactly by yourself.
I thought you were gonna be in here.
Then who would carry us?
Kid.
Can't expect Arkin to carry 2 5-pound bags.
It's a lot of work.
Well,
She's still just poopy and like.
Chaplain says plans are changing. We're going to the top. Do you want to walk?
Yeah. She's like trying.
You like close up the bag and hand it to her. Like, okay.
She's just holding the bag with 2 hands, just looking at you with just the most betrayed, sad look that she can muster. She's just, you let me alone.
I'm right here.
Tear stains on her feather, a big snot bubble coming out of her beak.
Like, you're not gonna leave me alone again, right?
I'm still right here.
But you're not gonna leave, right?
Where would I go? We're going to the same spot.
Okay.
You're not gonna leave, right? It jumps out all fours and runs at twice your fucking walking pace.
God.
Yeah, he, like straightens up and like walks like 10 feet instead of the 55. Like, all right, keep up.
She's just waddling along after him, like.
At
Oh
this time, I
God.
mean, you would see Chaplin come around the corner when he comes.
Not even stairs. I'm going straight.
Oh, you're going
What
up?
a cloak of arachnidia.
Well, no, I'm not saying you can't. I just didn't know that's what you were doing. I thought you were trying to catch up to Bassett.
Yes, but I'm not necessarily using the stairs. I'm going in as straight as a line. I'm straightening out all the curves.
Okay. So you're just
So,
trying to beeline it to the peak.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. You don't see
Beeline-
Chaplin.
Beeline it to the peak while keeping the stairs in sight. Do you understand what I mean by straighten out the curves? Because you said
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
But like so if you're going a straight line to the peak, that would be different than if you're just kind of avoiding the curves versus if you're taking the path.
They're not on the path, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm staying within eyesight of the path to be available to my teammates.
Okay. Well, then
and-
you would see Bassett and Screech talking to one another off in the distance. Then.
Then I'm going to that and then stopping. Hello.
Sin, I need to know your cat's name.
Oh, Mittens.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Dog.
Yeah.
I actually know somebody who had a cat named Dog, a dog named Fish.
Perfect. Did they have a fish?
No, they had a horse named Duck.
That's fair. Okay.
I had a kid named Cow.
I wouldn't put it past her. She's from, middle of nowhere white town. They always have the weirdest names there.
Apple.
Yeah.
Hello, Screech.
30 kids named Nevea.
Bassett just has a blank stare with his forced smile.
It seems that, Bassett, you are able to traverse this terrain easier than I had anticipated. Arkin, also being able to fly, is able to traverse the terrain better, and so am I. If we can find a way to aid Screech through this terrain, we will be able to ascend quite quickly.
He like puts the hand on Screech's shoulder. We're gonna walk together up the mountain. He still has to smile.
Okay!
I think I understand.
Arkin, you see this going on now.
Shakes his head, keeps going. Which none of you can see.
How far ahead of the others do you think we are currently?
You guys aren't terribly far ahead of them. Maybe a couple 100 feet.
Oh, then keep fucking walking while we talk. So we keep marching on. Can someone attune to something while walking?
No. Takes a short rest.
Fuck this system.
It's like something you have to focus on and it has to have your undivided attention or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find a way to let
Nobody
Screech-
with ADD could attune to anything in this world.
It's very true. That's
Well-
why they didn't put ADD in this world.
That would be actually a pretty cool flaw. Can't attune to magic items.
I
Because
don't like it.
You can't focus on things.
No, you would never make it to the latter levels.
Screech, you want to go in the bag with Chaplin?
Would that make us go faster?
Yes.
You promise I'm not gonna be alone in the bag?
I would be with you. The
He can get in first, just so you know.
Okay.
only concern is if we are doing this for an extended period, we need to ensure that Screech has sufficient oxygen. Is the bag able to stay partially open as we travel?
Think so? No?
Not really.
No? Something's telling me no.
I do not have a provide oxygen spell.
Could
I
just
can
open
open
it
it up
to
every
ya.
few minutes.
if you're acceptable with that result, it would expedite our process, our progress. Please
Sure.
set down the bag, and I will enter first.
All right. He like puts it down. He's like, all right, come on. He's like looking down the stairs.
Chaplain enters. Come join me, Screech.
Screech is gonna climb in, but she's like warily. I'm muted. Screech is gonna climb in, but she's like warily side-eyeing Bastet the whole time.
Arkin's
Basette's
gonna turn
gonna-
around when he sees them not following like he thought they were heading up.
Basette's gonna take something out of his pocket and hand Screech this little wooden box. Like, if you start freaking out, just shake back and forth. It should calm you down. And he closes the bag. And he's gonna start heading back up.
You hear Arkin over your right shoulder. Hey, open the bag up for a sec.
He's gonna real quick. He grabs the bag and he like sweeps it. And afterwards, he's like, "Ooh, I shouldn't do that." He puts it down and opens it up.
Chaplain,
Yes.
you sure you don't want to just like make the mountain magically eject them off the side while we can?
We can mentally. We can likely do that equally as well from the top. And right now, we are not on as optimal of a combat field as possible.
He verbally said that, so he doesn't hear you doing this in your mind right now.
I thought you put your fingers to your head, so I assumed you were.
Oh, that's just John doing.
Oh yeah, no. Then out loud, he's replying. I believe it would be best to be at the top of the mountain, as it is a more defensible position. Actually, Cliff, for my own mental maths, the top of the mountain does open up to like some kind of a platform, correct?
No, these stairs lead. There's a slight like stoop before you get to it, but it's basically stairs that lead up to a door. Like, it's not meant for doing anything on other than walking upstairs.
Oh, I was under the impression that there was space for a door to open outward, kind of thing. So there was some kind of.
Well, yeah, like I said, there's a little stoop there, but it's not like there's a large platform. It's not a grandiose entrance or anything. It's all just kind of carved into the side of the mountain where these giant doors are.
Well, my whole point was trying to get to that landing, so I guess that throws that a little bit out.
Or at the very least, make the mountain where we're at turn into maybe giant rocks that start to roll down.
I can control 5 cubic feet of matter at a time regarding this mountain. And as soon as one attempt is made, they will be aware of our presence. What attempts do you believe within that proximity and power would be best appropriate?
Aim for the ones carrying the thing that's going to go boom and just punch them off the cliff.
To affect stone, I have to be physically touching it, so I would have to be adjacent to those. Would you like me to run up and attempt to perform a complex spell adjacent to them?
Can you cast it very fast?
Probably not fast enough to not be stabbed by the 12 people there before I actually make melee contact.
Hey, the cat guy here is very fast. He can distract. You're fast with your hip thing that you do.
I'm going to enter this bag. I would like you two to continue for about an hour at a faster pace so that we have more time to discuss these things, as we are not very far ahead of them.
Okay.
I'm happy to discuss this, but let's make sure that we have the time to discuss this. Please proceed.
He's just muttering as you hear him trailing off as you hear him take flight again. I'm a guy who's professionally exploits weaknesses, fuck me,
I don't want them to walk. No, that's fair. But I don't want them to walk up on I don't want Cliff to say, "You've been talking for 10 minutes." They appear and attack you.
Again, I'm not liking these implications here.
It's Cliff.
Bob's gotten
Been with
really,
the campaign
really
too long.
passive aggressive over these 2 weeks of absence.
You know how this DM is.
Okay.
Let's keep moving. It looked like 10 minutes was too much for Screech, so like every 6 or so minutes, Basette's gonna stop, put the bag down, open it up, so Screech can like pop her head out, look around.
Wonderful. Chaplain will be casting the light cantrip on himself, or on something with him, so that it's not dark in there and they can talk and he can keep Screech calm.
Okay. And every few minutes, that burst of bright light comes in, that flow of cold air. You feel the Screech. You feel the air thin out a bit, where it's not quite as heavy.
Actually, while I'm in this bag with Screech, do you know if you can handle attuning an extra magic item? The reason I ask is the cloak that allows me to walk on walls, if it was on you, would make it a lot easier for you to fight without any concern of being thrown off the ledge or anything of that nature.
Why does a cloak need tuning? I already do that to my violin.
Facts.
How many magic items are you currently using? The shield, I know is magic.
That's a good question.
I believe your armor is magic from what I've previously sensed. I'm not aware of other magic items. Perhaps your axe or weapon?
Shield, armor, axe.
I know that's what it is, but
Yeah, but
in
yeah,
which
okay.
case this plan would not be viable without using an alternative weapon, which is likely not the best plan. Then never mind.
Okay.
Okay. We'll just have small talk and short bursts of cold air for the next hour of 6-minute stops.
Yeah, you guys got a pretty long road ahead of you still. And Basette, Arcade, go ahead and give me con saves. All right. So you travel for a few more hours to the point that you guys are starting to feel the fatigue in your legs and your arms. Arkin, your wings are starting to get fatigued. Even you're feeling like your back muscles are just real tense with every swoop. But you see off in the distance the entrance to Peak Ascendance. What's the game plan?
Arkin he's gonna come to a landing, run the rest, and when he gets there, just sit and wait.
You still
Assuming-
invisible?
Yep.
Gonna let us out of the bag?
Yeah, as soon as we can start seeing the entrance, Basette will let you guys know.
Okay. Apologies, I thought we were going to discuss strategy before we got here. However, this is likely good for me. I would like to make it to the top to see if there is a package waiting for me, and then we can discuss strategy.
You're at the top right now.
Okay, I'm looking around for something left by the jackal.
You can see embedded in the stone a staff
Fair enough.
that inconspicuously has a golden jackal's head at the top of it.
I wonder if this was what he meant. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab that and sit down and start attuning it, whatever it is. So
You don't need to attune this.
Of course I don't, because, gods and shit.
As soon as you grab this, you feel this strange energy that rushes through you. Anybody that's here looking, you see Chaplin's eyes turn to a deep blue as soon as he grabs the staff. Chaplin, as soon as you grab it, you feel this vibration rush through your muscles, and you feel the same frequency rush through the stones around you as they vibrate slightly.
I feel the vibration go through myself and through the stone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what this does, and I'm trying to figure out if it's like letting me feel or sense the stone. But otherwise, I'm just gonna sit and study it for a minute.
It's beautiful.
Of course, it's the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit and chew on it for a minute while ushering everybody in to come discuss strategy.
Gold staff, Chaplain, what to do?
I am currently working on that. I am certain it does something worthwhile, but I will get back to you on that. As far as assailing these, do you still believe that the best plan is for me to rush in head first adjacent to them and try and use a relatively slow-moving stone spell to try and knock them off the path?
Well, probably not anymore.
Well, I also did say to reconvene in about an hour, not at the top. We are here now, so we should deal with what we
Oh.
have.
Seems someone changed those plans. Hey, does your fancy stick cause avalanches?
I can either try to identify the stick, or I can help converse strategy. Right now, I wish to not ignore my party members and converse strategy temporarily.
So this was a gift from your god, and he didn't leave an instructions on what to do. I'm so shocked. Okay.
Then have fun. You and Bassett can discuss strategy while I will work on this.
Yes, you do that, because I'm sure if he's finally given us something to fight this, it should be hopefully at least worthwhile. He is the least useless of the gods. Let's see. All right, that's that. What are we doing?
He like snatches his little box back from Screech. Throwing him off the mountain.
Good plan. How?
You can, from what I've seen, you can launch someone a pretty decent distance. I can. I'm hoping the little strong bird can.
I
That's
can launch
3.
people?
Yeah, you knock that big guy that destroys cities with one swing back at least 10 feet. You do that right here on the side of a cliff. That's enough to do someone in.
I mean, I can try. It takes a lot out of me, but sure.
We can have your friend there with the stick. Use what he can to make like 50 feet of these stairs just disappear.
You're assuming that he knows what he's doing. He's trying to figure that out right now.
I don't mean with the stick. He's done it before, like make a platform, but 50
Oh,
feet down.
apparently manipulating the mountain is completely out of the question. So
It is within the question. It is just not something I've ever used in a combat environment, and I do not believe that the spell is designed to do so. I can attempt, but it seems like a rather risky first attempt. But I am planning on doing so, as that is your current insistence.
I don't mean when they're right on the steps. I mean like before they get here, like now actually. Just get rid of 50 feet of stairs.
I unfortunately cannot affect as large quantities as that at once. I can only affect small sections at a time, and I can only affect 2 or 3 such chunks before before it starts expending too much power. However, I'm thinking that there's a small chance that this staff has to deal with effects on stone, so I'm going to focus on that for the moment.
Okay. Screech. Any really big rocks that you can get, bring them here.
Okay. Like, as she like looks around, are there just random big rocks around, or is this just pretty straightforward carved out of?
This staircase was magically carved into the side of this specifically to get to Peak Ascendance. It's like a 10-foot wide staircase, and like that's it. Like, if there was any rocks, they would be blocking your path to get up. Unless you want to like take your axe or something and try like chiseling something out.
That's bad for the axe blade. It's not made for that.
So that's why you just use the blunt side of it.
And you break that in.
Big brain.
Then you still have an axe head. Mm-hmm.
Also, don't try to talk logic with me. You're Screech.
I think Screech would know how to take care of her axe, at the very least. You keep armor nice and you keep weapons nice, and that's how you live.
I don't believe it.
Oh my god. Do you want to fight me?
Combat expert, okay.
You're right.
Tactical.
You're right.
Bob, so I can stop watching you panic. Give me a Arcana roll, please.
We don't have any bonus dice, do we?
We don't.
Damn.
All right, I'll take a 22.
Damn.
So as you're fidgeting with the staff a little bit, you start feeling like this vibration that's coming from your muscles into these rocks that you're directly able to manipulate. In a sense, what this thing can do is this gives you. Did that pop up on your screen?
Yes. Got it.
You have 3 non-replenishable charges of this.
Oh, okay. I need to read this.
The DC save on it is 26.
I'm sorry, what?
But read it carefully.
Yep, working on it.
Are these snow-covered mountains, or are we not that high?
No. Due to the fact of how it's mostly like desert climate here, even in the higher peaks of it, it typically only gets seasonal snow. And it's not in that season right now. For my own knowledge here, how fast were Arkin and Bassett moving up the mountain?
I would say Arkin just continued to dash, so 60 feet.
Okay.
Yep. Bassett wasn't dashing, he was just using his normal speed so he can maintain it longer.
I believe I understand the value of the staff. And what I am aware of it, it does in fact connect me to this mountain in a way. It has a limited capacity and power, but for at least the duration of a fight, I will be able to coat myself in stone, merge with the stone as necessary for short distances, and cause small earthquakes, causing everyone around me to likely fumble to the ground. Bear in mind that this feature does not designate between friend or foe. I would be literally causing a small earthquake. However, I would be resistant to damage. I would be able to pass through rock as if it were air. And if I was adjacent to a small group, for example, I could cause a small earthquake, destabilizing them and making it difficult for them to remain standing. So, it is not useless. It will not directly throw them off of a mountain, but it will likely make them start rolling down the stairs.
So, I'm going to ask one last time, Chaplain. Now that you have your magical stick of godliness that causes earthquakes on a mountain that's treacherous to go up or down on, would you like to not wait at their intended destination and maybe meet them before they get here, cause them to lose their footing, and drop the explosive thing that they're carrying up to this very place?
Absolutely.
Or,
I'm happy
oh,
to head back.
good. Now that we
Understand
have
that this
the
is
Jackal's
why-
stick of blessing. Yes, okay.
I'm so tempted to burn a charge just to make a goddamn point. But I will not waste power for the petty likes of these.
So if Bassett was moving at regular pace, which is 55, Arkin, you were moving at 60. You guys got there in a relative short duration from one another. It took you roughly 16 hours to get there. So what Arkin you would be able to deduce from this is that you have about 4 hours to make this plan and put it in motion before they're here.
Well, Chaplain, based off of the fact that I still have eyes on them through Craven, you have, by my guess, he like kind of looks down the hill, down the mountainside and everything, roughly 4 hours before they get here.
Then perhaps we should plan to meet them about an hour downhill in 3 hours. Or we spend our last hour heading downhill, meeting them half an hour away from the peak, meaning that there's no concern of them throwing the cube and hitting the mountain or anything like that, and giving us a few hours to prepare. I have a few options. For the most powerful of the gifts that I can normally offer, I can either create a feast, of which you know the benefits, or I can use it for a potent heal, should that become necessary. Lastly, and this would take an expenditure of gold, which would be mostly of my own doing, I may be able to summon an ally to assist us in this battle. I was thinking that there's a chance that I could get a dragon from Reyna. How much money do I have?
You know, a time in recent history where that would have been really useful. That's okay.
Didn't you burn yours with her already?
I'm talking about the spell planar ally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were using your boon.
No, I don't think my boon is big enough to get a dragon to fight for me.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, you've used your favor to have a dragon assist you before.
Oh.
Yeah, remember the blue dragon?
The boat? The first time
yeah.
You wouldn't have like a full-on companion fighting with you or anything, but
No.
yeah, I mean, but you already used your boon. But yeah, this is something different. I gotcha.
Favor this week, yeah.
So you can summon a dragon so I don't have to form another fake Reyna dragon. Oh, spoilers, that was a fake dragon, not a real one from Reyna earlier.
We can discuss that later.
It worked, didn't it? You're welcome.
It absolutely did, and I appreciate that. The entity, I am not certain that I can summon a dragon, as I have not tested this before, but normally involves some form of payments in the sums of thousands of gold, which is why it has not been brought up before, because I only have a few thousand gold, and I am certain that I'm the only one who would be donating to this cause.
I can chip in 3 or 4.
You're willing to donate? Oh, do you mean 3 or 4 gold, or 3 or 4,000 gold?
You see 4 gold drop to the ground.
Thank you. Arkin, your generosity is noted.
I know. You must be rubbing off on me. I'm so
Screech
generous.
jangles
now.
her money pouch and she pulls out a couple gold and hands the rest over to Chaplin. And she's handing over. Do 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 do.
Don't worry, Cliff. I'm subtracting the 4 gold.
I appreciate you.
I'm adding it.
She's 2,100 gold.
I'm gonna write down that I have it, but keep it in your inventory for right now.
Okay.
I appreciate that. So, does that then seem like the best use of the most potent of my capacity?
Sounds good to me.
Understood. The summoning ritual for this takes about 10 minutes, and thus I would like to wait until we are beginning to descend the mountain, or until we are ready to go approach our foes to do so, as
Okay.
I do not wish to pay for time we are not using.
Hey, do you get to pick the dragon?
I am unfortunately not specifically certain that I can get a dragon. I'm just certain that I can get someone to help us fight.
Ooh, can you get a wind elemental?
Possibly. It's
You said-
more my thought behind a dragon, if I am able to get one from Reyna, is that would be a creature that is well adapted to this environment and could easily throw people off of a mountain. I understand a wind elemental would do the same, however I have a greater rapport with Reyna than I do any other wind-based entity.
Cool. Well, think big. We need, like, vampire cave chaplain right now, not we can't do shit chaplain. That's what we need.
Chaplain just kind of like stares for a minute, looks over to the staff he got from one god, stares blankly at him based on discussion of talking about getting a dragon to be summoned by another god. I will do so.
All right, that's the guy I'm looking for.
Oh my god, he just channeled Vardrock.
Where in this am I not looking powerful as fuck right now? Jesus, people.
Your gods look powerful.
And that's all that matters to Chaplain. I am a conduit. That's what I'm gonna do with that. As far as fighting on difficult terrain, obviously it is not a major concern for Bassett or you, Arkin. However, Screech, I do have a mild concern about falling down the mountain. Screech, your current weapon, do you have alternative weapons available that are not magic?
I can't use my shield with them.
It's fair. I suppose it is at your discretion. Would you rather use your current weapons and rely on your own stable footing to try and stay on the mountain during combat? Or would you like to don my cloak that allows you to walk on walls?
I haven't fallen off a mountain before.
Mm.
This is
You actually hear that sound from Arkin.
She just kind of looks at me like, what?
this is technically correct. However, it's not a mistake that is easily rectified. I could, if we would like, I could have us travel down half an hour now and create a couple of platforms from which you can fight on. However, it would only be a couple of platforms.
You mean form platforms for her to stand on?
Correct.
Making her an obvious target to be knocked off?
Mm.
I mean, I would.
Hold on. Is this concentration? No, it's not.
Cliff, just from an RP standpoint, I've used freedom of movement before, and I'm familiar with my spells. Touch a willing creature for the duration. The target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain, and spells and other non-magical and other magical effects can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause them to be paralyzed or restrained. Spend 5 feet of movement to escape from non-magical restraints. Being underwater imposes no penalties on the target's movement or attacks. Would freedom of movement on someone be enough to make them run around this mountain and these stairs like it was nothing to them? To make it so that they would be comfortable to not fall off the mountain unless someone threw them.
Yes.
Okay, that's enough. I suppose there is an alternate option. I have a spell that I will use to aid Screech's movement so that she is more sure-footed on the mountain. That spell lasts about an hour, so I will cast it while we are on our way or in sight of the opponent. So I guess let's not worry about that for now.
Okay, till then, Screech, don't fall off the mountain.
I wasn't planning on falling off the mountain.
Good plan. Stick with that plan.
That was what I was gonna do.
All my concentration spells are out the window. As a note, the staff that I have been bequeathed, while it will make me more durable physically and will allow me to freely move through the mountain as I see fit, the ability to cause small earthquakes and destabilize people is an ability that would happen in a small radius around me, and thus to ensure maximum potential of that ability. Where the fuck is that ability? Did I lose that ability? Shit, where'd it go? Ah, the spell is gone. I'll look it back up.
He dropped his staff.
It falls off the cliff.
No, I opened another spell. That spell is gone. Thank you. Please do not stand too close to me.
All right, we'll give some sort of signal.
About the range that the aura of light I normally radiates, stay outside of that range, and I will be able to maximize my potential. Is that understood?
Again, just what will be your signal to get the fuck away from you?
Well, I can do this repeatedly. So as long as I am near the enemy, and you are not near me, I can cause them all to fall on their asses. So
right. If you see an opportune moment, but let's say Screech is too close to you.
Earthquake. The word earthquake.
I probably wouldn't use this word so on the nose so they have a rough idea of what to watch out for.
Nose. The word nose.
Sure, why not?
Screech, if you hear me yell the word nose, try to no longer be standing near me.
She's going to be beak. Oh, God.
Okay.
I understand that I do not have a nose. It is simply a code word.
Okay. I don't have a nose either.
This is going to go so wrong.
Oh, God.
So,
Screech is going to forget because I'm going to forget.
Sum up the current
Fuck.
plan. We will be heading down and meeting them away from the top. I will be causing consistent earthquakes to try and destabilize any of them, or the bulk of them. I will be allowing Screech to move freely. I will be summoning a dragon to help aid in our efforts. What would you like to do to assist, Arkin? Since my gods can offer nothing and are useless.
I will arc-in the situation and save your ass as usual while your gods stand by and watch.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I will arc in the situation.
The transformation
Like
is
father, like
happening.
son.
Again, he has a little bit of his father in him.
I just want you to recognize when I'm being a baller.
No.
You're
I have to
expecting this
wait
from
to say
Arkin.
that. But Arkin isn't white. He's orange.
True.
That's how that works, right? I don't know.
No, Arkin's purple,
Arkin's
Chaplin's
purple.
orange.
God damn it, Chaplin's red. I'm mixing up my own name.
Oh, what's that cup you've been drinking?
Pink lemonade.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna slip some
And what
amaretto in
else?
there.
Not enough. Ooh.
He found a thing.
I found another thing.
Fuck.
Remember that bead that I threw that accidentally caused a splash of lava and kinetically threw people away? I have more.
No, that's the Chaplin I've been waiting for.
Oh.
Due to the mild amount of precision needed, and the many other things that I will need to be doing, is this something that you would like control of, Arkin?
Sure.
Chaplin takes off a necklace with 4 detachable beads and hands it to him. Simply pull a bead free and throw it at an intended target, bearing in mind that it will have a roughly 10-foot radius of impact. Anything that's it captures will be stuck inside the sphere. Anything it does not capture will be forcibly moved. Use that at your discretion.
I certainly will.
In fact, I'm going to put that item in the party sheet so that you can grab it. Maybe?
There it is.
All right, so we're walking down an hour, getting set up. Once we see them, then Chaplin uses the power of 15 gods to rain hell, and
So there is a small preparation that still has to be dealt with. We'll go down. We'll chill for. Okay, if we head half an hour down, that takes an hour away. We've probably killed a half an hour, so we have 2.5 hours. So we'll wait about a half an hour after we get there, and then I'd like to cast a 10-minute spell to cast Planner Ally. I don't know why you're rolling ones, Cliff, but they terrified me. Please tell me it's their deck saves and they're all just falling off the mountain.
So someone just rolled fate roll on Chaplin, and it says that you find D20 gold. So I rolled a D20 to see how many D20s I rolled, and then I rolled that many D20s. I got 2 fucking 1s. We find a single gold coin. So
Wow.
so here's how we'll say this happens. So as you are all walking to your spot, I assume at some point during this, when you have a lull, a moment of quiet to yourself, you're probably going to be praying at some point, right?
A lot, yes.
So
Non-stop.
at some
Praying his
point,
little
you
heart
make
out.
some sort of a prayer of show me a sign that we're doing right, or that this is going to go the way that we want it to. And no sooner than you think that, then you notice that on the ground, Arkin walks past it and doesn't even notice it. There is a single gold coin,
Impossible.
heads up, on the path.
I'm going to pick that up, and I'm going to put that in internal storage, separate from my other money.
Okay.
That is a special coin. It is not being added to my currency because it's a special god coin.
So your plan is to move, you said, about an hour away from the summit, and you're going to set up some sort of a trap for them to walk into, right?
No, I'm just summoning a dragon.
Sounds like a trap
Fucking
still
trap
of some sort.
Okay.
Is there
Dragon hide
any?
behind a rock.
They turn around the corner like. Although dragons do have illusion usually, so.
I think they saw me, guys.
They see a cat just randomly sitting up there. So is there any certain terrain features or anything that you're looking for along the way that you're gonna decide like this seems like the best spot?
Nobody else has got something flat-ish terrain with a cliff edge.
Okay.
So that we have a little bit of fighting field that isn't as crazy, but also we have a yeet direction, since that's part of the battle plan.
Okay.
I'm starting to think that tonight's session is going to end with a literal cliffhanger. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
The problem is it would be you, because half of us can just apparently climb mountains now.
Okay, well, first of all, Screech has a low center of gravity. So I'm hoping that works in her favor. With her little wings.
If now is the time you learn how to fly.
I've been studying my book every day. Let's go.
Screech.
You're all gonna wish you took it to learn Kenku's secret.
Like, that seems unfortunate. We probably should have did something about that. As
She
she's
flaps,
like,
hovers for a second, careens out of view.
her neck stretches out long like a Looney Tune character.
So
Screech is a Looney Tune character, let's be real.
True.
She belongs on like Animaniacs or some shit.
when we get to our destination and chill out, Chapin has a 10-minute ritual spell to cast. Do you need the spell planar ally, Cliff?
I can look it up right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Tier 6, I'm praying to Reyna and hoping that she can give us a dragon. It doesn't specifically say dragon, but...
the being must be known to your god, a primordial demon prince. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That makes perfect sense to me.
The entity sends a celestial, an elemental, or a fiends to aid you. Technically does not say dragon. If she has, you know, an air elemental to send to us instead or something, that's fine. But...
Well, I mean, so I think the logic behind this is if your god is sending something, I think it's considered celestial by normal means.
Yep.
Because a god's avatar is considered celestial. It's just a celestial being.
Gotcha.
So I think that's kind of where they're going with it. But no, I like that idea.
So I'm going to pray to Reyna over this 10-minute ritual, asking and explaining clearly the situation of what we are trying to protect, and that I would like the aid of one of her dragons to help us fight this battle. And I'm happy to make a tithe towards the Church of Reyna as she deems appropriate.
What are you offering? What specifically are you offering right now? I'll give you time to think about it.
Yep.
Because you're making an offering to Reyna. All right, so you find this area that's this long stretch again. There's at the end of this long stretch, there's a slight staircase that goes up about 10-15 feet, and then there's another plateau. So it's a great area that you have a little bit of advantage to see, and you can set this up. You have roughly 3 hours to get everything in motion here. Arkin, what are you doing in these 3 hours?
Are
you still invisible?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my god.
We just assume he's nearby. We listen for the occasional cackle to know he's there.
Yeah, he's just kind of like keeping up until they get to the spot where Chaplin stops, and then he just plops down and is just kind of reporting back and forth between him and Craven, unless anybody seems to need something.
You're not making any sort of like plans or anything in this 3 hours of like any traps to set up, anything like that?
Traps, ambushes, dragon-sized ambushes.
I don't know what kind of. Well, yeah, I guess he would.
Here.
are they following the path up, like the little stairway?
What a nice map!
Perfect.
You have outdone yourself, sir.
Yes.
So this is the area that you are all in. There is a long straight path. There is a staircase that goes about 10 feet up. You are all around this area right now.
Yeah, he's actually going to go down the pathway. If Craven's saying they're just still kind of following the pathway up, he's going to set a couple of basically tripping hazard traps on the pathway, as well as one that's set to trigger an alarm.
Okay. And what are you using to set these traps?
Actually, cancel that. No alarm, because he's. No, I mean they're gonna know if they come over across a trap, I guess.
I mean, they're 30 hours into a trip on a ledge. It's not like if they get alerted, they're gonna turn around and head back at this point, you know.
True. Let's see. He's going to just use some string. He's like basically just basic like tripwire type thing, but really made to just trip them, not to really set off anything. Just to see. But yeah, no alarm since he's already got Craven spying on them. Like he's gonna know when they're approaching. But aside from some tripping hazards, maybe some ball bearings on there, see if he can home alone them down the stairs.
Okay.
That's about it. He's just gonna head back up and wait.
And you have all that on your person?
Yeah, that's one of the things that comes in his bag of goodies.
Cool. Go ahead and give me a thieves tool roll, please.
Okay.
Which you're fucking doubly proficient on, isn't it?
Yep.
Of course it is. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
That's it for him.
Okay, perfect. Bassett, in this 3-hour window, what are you doing?
Is there rain?
It's not presently raining, no, it's just a little windy.
I want to dig out a little hole in the mountain.
Okay.
Somewhere out of sight. And I have flint and steel. I want to make a small fire.
Okay. Are you going to do this like in the path, or do you plan on climbing up or down the mountain, or what's...
Up a little bit, somewhere that's not present when you're on the path.
Okay.
Like you can't see it. And dug in a little bit so the wind doesn't get to it.
Okay.
And yeah, I have 5 torches, so every hour he's gonna throw another one onto it, and he's just gonna save that for later on.
Hey, Cliff, can I ask a quick favor?
Sure.
Azrith here in chat is new. Can you just like pull up the world map for 10 seconds to show him the crazy nonsense you do?
Sure.
Yeah, you gotta flaunt your maps a little. I was just about to check if they were on the Discord, so I could.
He has
Send
the
him that
best one
direction.
out already.
Yeah, no,
Dude, these
so-
are literally my favorite.
Okay.
I love
He
the
has-
impromptu one.
He has
So-
these lower quality maps that he's made.
So this is where the party is currently at, the continent of Aniratima. Everything in this area it's a homebrew world that we play in that I created called Aragus, which it doesn't follow any of the pre-built D&D settings, so everything's homebrew with it. So they're in Aniratima. They are... I'm drawing shit on the map that I don't want to do here. There are 2 screeches for some reason here right now. Anyways, so
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Finally, another Kenku!
they are presently making this trek up Peak Ascendants, which is essentially like a 3-day trip up the mountain, a la like think of like visiting the Greybeards in Skyrim type of deal, but a bit more treacherous because these staircases weren't necessarily carved into the mountains. They were magically built to wrap the mountains, as this is kind of just magically built out of it. So this is the area that they're currently in. And then as far as a quick rundown of everything, Arkin is a tiefling trickster, arcane trickster rogue. Basset is a shifter monk of tranquility. Chaplain is a a warforged cleric of a homebrew omni domain. He doesn't worship any singular god. He prays to all of them, and thusly he has a, for lack of better terminology, he has a certain rapport with a bevy of gods. Not all good. Some of them he doesn't see eye to eye with. Some he sees more. And in this campaign, kind of one of the crux of the story that's going on right now is there is a entity known as the Jackal, which is a mortal who ascended to godhood, and he usurped the God of Knowledge's portfolio. And he is currently waging this war where he is killing off the current set of gods, the entire pantheon of current gods, and essentially dropping their portfolio to the material plane, to Erebus, for anyone who is just enough to claim the power to claim it, and essentially resetting the curve of everything, because it's getting to the point where the gods have grown fat with power and lazy. And he doesn't like that, so he's doing that change. And it fits well with Chaplin's Omni Domain, that he is now experiencing these new gods, and he kind of has to deal with gods that he may have known and had a rapport with being killed during this war that's going on. And then finally we have Screech. Screech is our Kinku battle master, and through this ancient tome that she found, she has regained her voice, so she's a Kenku who can talk, but she is still flightless.
We'll see. We'll see. If I get yeeted off the edge, I'm gonna try.
Yeah. So as far as she knows, she's still flightless.
She flew for like 3 seconds.
All of the character art that you see is done by Sin, to my left cell here. He does all the character art, and then all the other art that you see, I do. There is maps, there is a bunch of stuff, but I don't typically, like, it would take me like 2 to 4 hours to build a good map for what we're about to do right here, which there's no point to do that for what it is. So it's way easier to just do an impromptu map like this. So yeah, that's kind of the 20-second breakdown of this. And as I said before, this is a fully interactive stream, so as you get the channel points, you can interact with it. You could do the Table of Fate, which does effects that last the entire session. Chaos Bursts, which the description on there is a little bit different than how they work now, but Chaos Bursts have certain triggers, and when something triggers, a random effect will happen. I currently have a little bit more than 1,000 effects that are randomized. So if a Chaos Burst happens, when someone does this next trigger, then that Chaos Burst is going to happen. So think of it kind of like a wild magic surge. It acts a little differently. And then there's other things like the numbers that you see next to them. That's their IP, which is influence points. Which is kind of like a, if you ever played Savage Worlds, it's a direct ripoff of Benny's system that I enjoy. If you've never played Savage Worlds, think of it as inspiration on steroids. They could do it to re-roll their rolls, to declare things that are happening, things like that. The card that you just seen pop up over my head is a Streamloots card. I don't know if this has been explained in chat or not yet, but Streamloots is a program that you could do like digital collectible cards. I think I have like 55 of them right now, and each one of them have a unique interaction with the stream as well. they are things that you buy that goes to support this, or if we make our stream loots the goal at the top there, we do a free giveaway at the end. So there's that. But yeah, so there's a bunch of different ways that you can interact with it. Or if nothing else, you could just sit back and watch it, and that's perfectly fine too. But you're familiar with Streamlets? Cool, yeah. So,
So sorry for sidetracking all that forever.
it's good.
But I wanted to make that point. I did figure out what I'm offering.
Okay, one sec. Basset, you're building a fire that you're putting torches into it. Would okay, what else?
That's it. Stretching, limbering up. I don't really got any magic for him.
Okay, that works. Chaplain.
I am offering a 3,000 golds tithe to her church, and if we save the world, I will make her a merit badge.
Okay. Okay, so 3,000 gold, and you're gonna make her a merit badge.
Yep.
Perfect. For shits and giggles, give me a religious roll. Screech. During this 3-hour period, what is the what is the battle master doing during this 3-hour period?
I can't use the know your enemy feat without them being in view, can I?
No. It's really hard to know the enemy if there's no enemy to know.
If you can't see them, yeah.
In sidebar, the reason that he said fuck is because while you can use your IP to re-roll, I don't allow re-rolling of natural ones.
Yeah, a natural one for
Arkin-
religion for chaplain. That should be impossible. That's not.
I still technically you can't auto fail skill checks,
Correct. It's still a 14.
so it's still a 14. But it's me in religion.
Yeah.
I think Arkin made like a little map of what the people were in their formation and stuff, so you do have that information.
Well, he did the little image of what they looked like at that time.
Hmm.
But like I said, you're standing on a fucking 10-foot wide cliff face. It's not like there's a whole lot of change they could do there. Maybe they're walking 2 by 2 when they turn the corner. Who knows? But there's not really a lot of options they have.
I've got nothing I can do, so Screech is just sitting around and just kind of like making sure her armor fits properly and that she's just kind of sitting there with her axe, like waiting for somebody to tell her she's allowed to hit things for a couple hours.
Puffing your feather up, making yourself look more
I'm
intimidating.
tough! Arkin, shave my head again!
Oh God.
Dredson, Heathcliff just played Table of Fate on Screech. Screech, your next hit is an auto, or your next attack is an auto hit.
Okay.
Okay. So, Arkin, you put these trip traps up in these Home Alone style ball bearing skid traps. And I assume that you have Craven reporting back everything that's going on.
Yep.
Okay. So, you see the trip traps. As they hit them, they trigger them, but they don't actually trip. And Craven, as he's reporting back, he's saying like, it looks like their feet are in the rock a little bit.
Yep, going to message Chaplain. Seems they have a similar spell to the one you put on Screech, except for the way Craven's describing it, their feet are kind of almost one with the rock.
Interesting. Then
my ability to destabilize them may not be viable. I will attempt it once. If it is unsuccessful, I will move on to other strategies.
I have reason to believe that destabilizing them might not be as successful. So, whatever alternate plans you may have, or things you can do with that fancy stick. Of course,
And
if you have a way to break off the rock that they're standing on, then them being tied to it will work in our favor, huh?
I will attempt that.
and they continue moving forward, and you can see that they're more alert after triggering the traps rather, and as they start bending the corner, you all start seeing them approach. What is everybody doing? Like, where are you positioning yourselves as this is going on? Basset, are you still above?
Yeah. Somewhere
Um,
trying to be out of sight.
About how far above did you think you went?
Probably like 10 feet above.
Okay. Arkin.
Harkins, as soon as they come within range, he's going to fly up a bit to be above them and basically wait for the signal.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself to where you're going to be at. Screech, where are you waiting and fixing your armor and all that?
On the mountainside of the path a little further up, like probably.
You can move yourself
Yeah.
to wherever you want to be.
Actually, that's about where I was thinking.
Okay.
So, perfect.
And Chaplain?
I don't have a miniature. But actually, in the weirdest, worst possible place, about 20 feet or about 10 or 15 feet down the side of the cliff. Bearing in mind, I can walk on walls with the Cloak of Arachnidia.
Yep.
And so I'm just going to be in a place that I will have Arkin have picked out for me, that I can be near the group, and when people start attacking, I can pop up out of nowhere. But there's really no place to hide up here, but there's a cliff face, and that's probably the best place I can hide.
Okay. So you're going about how far down, you said?
15 feet.
Okay. Kind of ominous where your token's hovering right above death. Just
I
saying.
am death.
All right. So, Screech, are you attempting to hide or anything?
She is alone, standing guard.
For the second time tonight, you have been left alone.
Yeah, but this time she gets to fight things, and it was part of the plan. You know, fuck it. She'll try to like duck down and hide. Why not?
Sure. Give me a stealth roll. You have to beat a 16.
Yeets. I got this.
Got this.
So there's enough of some like deformity in the rock, and given the fact that you're about 10 feet higher than where they are, if you crouch down and you're hiding in this little crevice of the rocks, that you're hidden well enough that you start seeing them all bend the corner, and they are making their way directly towards Screech. Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Do I have a dragon?
I often ask myself these things.
You don't presently have a dragon.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Screech is leading this attack.
Apparently, what the fuck?
I've been playing this campaign for a year and a half, and I forgot where my initiative button was.
Well,
It happens. All right. So Screech. You see them start to bend the corner. You crouch down, and you don't hear any signs of them noticing you. And you're hearing their footsteps coming closer, and you're hearing a little bit of the kind of muffled talk amongst themselves. What does Screech do?
Nobody told her she could attack yet, and she's been told multiple times to not attack until she's told to. So she's gonna hold her action until somebody is closer to her, and she can just jump swing.
Okay. So you're gonna wait till someone gets close enough for you to
Yep.
attack, and then you're gonna attack them?
Yep.
Okay. 3. And what I am going to do for the sake of this here, which has both good and bad implications to it, is I am going to use the lowest initiative for these cultists. And they are all acting together.
They have a higher dexterity than I do.
Oof.
Judson, thanks for the 1 year, man.
A lot of cultists.
Yeah, all of them going at once is gonna make it hard to mitigate what's going on with them.
Having a good time. Having a good time.
So next up on the list is what's Craven doing?
Still.
I assume that as they got nearer where you didn't need him as your eyes, he broke off and went to you.
Yeah. So.
Or he's perched up on a rock or something near you.
Gonna have him in his little place underneath my cloak, and then if we get close enough, then he can hopefully assist. But for right now, he's just standing by.
Okay. Beset, you start hearing the sound of people approaching, and as you peek down, you can see this train of robed cultists moving towards a crouched down Screech, who you can see. You see her sort of peek to the side, acknowledge that they're there, ready her weapon, and she's just waiting to pounce.
All right. I'm
Wait. Is it too late for me to change my mind on what Craven does before you do anything?
It is, unless you want to spend that last IP you got.
Nah, never mind.
Okay.
So Bassett has a bottle of alcohol in his bag. He's taking that out, holding it in one hand, grabbing a torch, holding it in the other hand, and he is just gonna wait.
4. Are
Screech
you
to
holding an
start
action, or are
attacking.
you just passing?
I can't hold an action to move, so just passing.
Okay.
He's just getting those ready so he doesn't have to ready them and switch and ready other shit later.
Okay. Arkin.
He's with the message link still going with Chaplain. Should I go now, or are we waiting for you to do your thing?
If they know we are here, go now. If they do not know that we are here, I will send a signal shortly.
Okay. Arkin's going to grab one of the beads and he readies an action to throw it after Chaplain's signal.
Okay. So you're about 15 feet away?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Just keep that in mind if you're throwing it.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, he throws daggers often enough.
Oh, throwing a dagger is not like throwing a bead. This isn't dodgeball. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah, but it's a 20-foot diameter sphere. He doesn't have to be perfect.
And is it
I'm
like...
not saying that. I'm just saying, just be aware that you're throwing a bead 15.
Is there one guy carrying this thing, or is there like 2 guys, 4?
So there's 2 in the front. The 2 after that are the ones that are carrying it, followed
Okay.
by the train of the remaining 8.
Okay. Got it. Yep, he's going to, just ready his action on Chaplain's signal.
Okay. All right. Well,
We all
the train continues moving forward until they get near the top of the steps here, which would trigger Screech's held action.
You got this.
I hope
All
you have
right.
a fucking beam attack. Jesus.
I fucking wish.
But we wouldn't get If we had a wizard with lightning bolt, they'd just be gleeful with joy.
I've never played a wizard, and I've never wanted to play a wizard more in my life.
Also, I think this would be a good time to remind you all that the way that these look, they look like the group that rode in with the big guy. They don't look like the ones that you easily dispatched. They were in mass in the war.
Shock.
Okay.
And there's fucking 12 of them.
Yeah. But they're close enough I can hit them. So held action it is. Does that... I can never remember if the held action is still all 3 attacks or not.
It
Yes,
is
it is.
all your attacks.
Yep.
Yep, because you're doing the attack action.
Yep.
You just have 3 attacks in that action.
I'm going to luck that.
No. Your
Oh,
first
no.
one is an automatic hit, so you're good.
Yes.
Beautiful.
God.
I'm sorry I can't buff your damage today.
Me too. Oh boy, 9. And second attack does a 23 hits.
A 23 hits.
Alright. Woo, max damage. And...
That does not.
Okay.
So as they're walking up, Screech, you see this expression of shock rush over this first cultist's face as they go from this kind of just like droned, emotionless face to a look of surprise as your axe comes cleaving into them, and they shout out, "Ambush!"
I've ruined everything.
All right.
As a note, Cliff, I don't have a button for Investiture of Stone to have precasted on myself.
No.
Is that something you can do for me?
Nope. You only got 3
Okay.
uses for it. I'm not gonna be able to...
I'll just be specific about damage types if I get hit.
Yep. What's your AC right now? 25. So they got to roll a 26 to hit. Let's just do a group roll here.
Ooh. There's a lot of murder coming at one Screech.
Well, not really. Not as much as you would think.
They have to hit my AC.
Well, and also, like this dude isn't gonna be able to hit her. I mean,
Gotcha. That's fair.
with melee or ranged weapons. So, Screech, you start seeing this. Yeah. What else? You start seeing this raining of arrows come down as the one in front pulls out this scimitar and begins engaging in melee with you. And you see one of the... Actually, do you see? Give me a perception roll. Screech. Perception, please.
Yep, was answering chat. Sorry. Skill. Perception. What the fuck? What do my bug eyes see?
Your bug eyes see the person immediately behind the group that's carrying the object begins casting something. With your roll there, go ahead and give me a dex save at advantage, please.
Advantage. Dex save. I'll take it. I'll take it.
You're taking the 15?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on. I need to pull out my cheat sheet for these guys because I'm rolling this in mass right now. So, this, DC.
Did that fail?
That's what I'm gonna tell you in 1 second here.
Okay.
You feel this gust of wind wrap around you and start pushing you slowly towards the cliff edge, and you're able to hunker down enough to prevent it from moving you off. But you can definitely feel a strong pull towards death.
She does have freedom of movement.
Mm-hmm.
I do have freedom of movement, but
And
I
other
was more
magical
looking at
effects-
Indomitable because if I fail a saving throw, I can re-roll it for free.
Cliff, I'm
You did not
actually
save it. You did not fail.
Okay.
I'm going to call out specific texts. For the duration, the target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain, and spells or other magical effects can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained.
Correct.
I don't know if that applies to this.
It does not. It doesn't stop him from being forcefully pushed. It just makes it where you can't snare them, so to speak, right?
Alrighty.
But yeah, but you made the save. You're good. Chaplain, you hear ambush, and then you start hearing commotion above.
I'm late to the party, but I'm used to it. So I have this all planned out. I am wide hips mode, and I can move through the ground like it's air. So I'm going to run up running up the hill, turning and just going into the hill, where my head would be about a foot underground, just so I'm not banging head against feet, but I'm running right underneath them.
Okay.
It's about here.
Okay.
And then I'm spending my action to do a 15-foot radius DC 26 earthquake. And then I'm going to continue running past and pop up out of the ground here because I don't know where Arkin is.
All right. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. We're just gonna go ahead and roll this for all of them. What is the deck save?
You said the DC was 26.
Right. You said deck save, right?
What
Yes,
type?
correct.
Yeah.
Deck save.
So they essentially have to roll a 20 to make this.
All failure is they are knocked prone.
They have to roll a 19 to make it. Sorry.
Okay, that's
So
twice as successful.
yep. So let's go ahead and do this. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So let's just do a 7d20. 49. Yep. So they are wow, 49 with 7 rolls. Holy shit, they rolled terrible. So they are all knocked prone as Screech, you see out of nowhere the rocks begin to vibrate, dust begins to fall, pebbles fall, the ground underneath them it crunches a bit up and down, and you see the entire back half of this group just collapse under this shifting rock and hit the ground.
And then Chaplin pops up like an elevator out of the ground nearby.
Where are you ending your turn at?
I move my movements to where
Oh,
the
you're
end of
going up
my
there, okay.
And I am counting vertical movement in my movement. So
Okay.
that is me above ground.
Okay. So you're running up the hill.
So I went up the death cliff underneath them for a while,
Yep.
and then popped up when I was running out of movement.
Right, and then
So
you went up that way too, or no? So like you're ending it like on the cliff face above them, right?
Oh, is that vertical? Then
Yeah.
absolutely I'm above them.
Yeah, that's vertical. Yep. Mountain above
Then-
is all vertical.
Understanding that, I'd have to be 5 feet closer, but yeah,
Okay.
no, now I'm 10 feet above their head.
Okay, perfect. All right. Arkin.
Yep.
Chaplain engaged.
Yeah, no.
He will target the item being carried,
Okay.
and he's going to throw a bead directly at that.
Okay.
Do you have the item and thus the stats for it?
For what?
The beat of
beads.
force. I think it's just a DC 15 deck save, so it's not bad.
Well,
and
there's
it's-
2 people carrying it.
Anything that is succeeds is what is ejected by your previous text. Anything that fails is trapped inside. So really, either way, it's a good result.
It's depending on what his intention is with it. Are you tending to hit it and trap it inside, or are you trying to put it on next to them and push them off?
Well, it's kind of the idea is that it gets trapped in the bubble and expels them away from it.
Okay.
If they get trapped inside of it and the thing detonates while it's inside this bubble, great. You know, like I'm just using Arcan logic, like, let's see what happens. Either way.
So your
Give me-
target is the object.
Give me an
Yes.
insight check.
Okay.
Yeah, we were told that this wasn't a bomb or anything. It's like pure magic that we need to give to the dwarves, and they're gonna use the magic as fuel for their detonation.
Well, unfortunately, Arkin wasn't really paying attention to that when
No.
he was talking to the dwarves. All right, so you're throwing it there. Go ahead and give me a athletics roll. Or I'm sorry, yeah, acrobatics roll. For the dexterity of throwing this exactly where you want to. Your target mark for this is going to be, how far away are you from them? Where are you at? You're here.
He's just the right of chaplain.
You're targeting this guy, so that would put you at 35 feet away. So 35 divided by 5, 7. Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll. Your target roll is going to be 17. For every number away from 17 on either side, the bead is going to land 1 foot further to either the left or the right, depending if you're before 17 or after 17.
Okay, you said athletics and you said acrobatics. and you said
Acrobatics
athletic.
is what I mean. Acrobatics is a dex. It's a dex thing you're doing. Dexterity
Okay.
for throwing.
Right.
It's not a heavy
Okay.
bead, but you need to be accurate.
Okay. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay. So it lands about 10 feet to the right of it. So, and it's how big of a spear does it make? 15-foot spear? For the beat of force?
Let's see here.
Or is it 10?
Will it tell me if I? Okay, here we are. Action to throw a bead up to 60 feet. 10 foot. Creatures within 10-foot radius. The bead landing must succeed. Yeah, so 10 feet looks like.
Okay, so yeah, so it hits here. So one of the guys carrying it is enveloped in this area here. So all 3 of them are going to have to make the save. And what's the save they have to make?
Only 15.
Dex? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we've seen how good they did last time.
It's a magic item that we got like 8 levels ago or something. That we've
Yeah.
just been holding on to.
Yeah.
All right, so one of them makes it. The other two do not make it. So they are trapped in. High or low, Arkin?
High. Let's see. The ones that fail take 5d4 force damage.
Oh, right. I forgot there was a damage element.
Yep.
All right, so they're gonna take 12 damage here and here. It hits him. He ends up dropping his end of the little stretcher that he was carrying. It hits the ground, and whatever they were carrying slides, and it is basically leaning against this force bubble that you have here. As the other one who's not trapped in it is frantically trying to get a hold of this object.
Okay. So after he does that, he is going to switch positions.
You can't move.
What's that?
You can't move. Held action, you can only do it.
Oh, that's right. It was a held action. Never mind. Yep. Okay. So he's done.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. All right. So, Chaplain, you run up, engage this staff. You feel this pulsation just erupt out of your body as the mountain responds to you, and everything begins to quake. Everybody loses their footing as you just merge through the stone up the hill a bit. You see just in time as Arkin throws this bead, which traps 3 of them inside. Actually, hold on. So the one that makes the save gets ejected, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead and give me a D6, John.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Go ahead and give me another D6.
All right.
All right. I can deal with that. So he gets ejected out here. One would have put him directly into the wall, so he couldn't have been ejected.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I was going to be generous with it, a 2 would have been on Screech, so that really wouldn't have happened either. So 3 works, but he's right there now, so he gets pushed out. You see this orb go out. Boom. 2 people get trapped. One of them drops the container. Screech is fighting these people. And as you get your footing on the hill and turn to look at the battlefield, you see this shadow rush over everybody. And you hear the roar of a dragon.
Oh, shit.
It's all come up, Chaplain. This cup is empty. I'm still drinking.
Just
To be fair, that cost me 3,000 gold. Actually, as a note, Screech, I wrote it down. I have 0 gold. Subtract 239 from your gold. The rest would have been given back.
oh fuck! You're gonna make me do math? Oh, hold on. What the fuck? Apps calculator.
And anybody whose eyes follow this shadow will see this large dragon with chromatic butterfly wings appear.
So, a question I should ask like 2.5 hours ago. Is there any music going on Sirenscape?
There's just air right now, like the sound of wind blowing.
I'm hearing nothing.
I've been hearing nothing. Every now and then it sounds like rocks.
Yeah, you're hearing it then. It's just a very subtle wave, like a wind sound in the background, just a light wind. But I have it turned down.
I was just, I've maxed the sound and there's nothing. And it's like every 10 to 15 minutes, maybe some rocks and like.
If you're hearing the rocks, then you're hearing the wind too. You're not hearing it. But it's all part of the same sound bank. So if you're hearing the rocks, it's working.
That's fine. Tell me more about the dragon.
Like,
Oh, you know. Um,
Damn.
so it pops up and it's flapping its wings and it's sort of hovering above everybody looking down. And it looks down at Chaplin, and it just like locks eyes with you.
Hello. The more of those 12 gentlemen that could be not on this cliff, the more I would appreciate it.
It as you say that, it dips down towards them. Screech.
um,
Wait, didn't Bastet have a ready to action?
No,
Oh,
he
okay.
literally just passed. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. Be descriptive of what you're doing, Screech.
I need to make sure I'm
Filling up.
targeting the right. There we go.
Adult red dragon, green icon.
Cliff's
Hurts.
lying to us.
Are you sure you're not colorblind? That is very clearly red. Just like the walls behind John are very green.
Mm-hmm.
Been doing this art thing wrong this whole time.
So you thought you dyed your hair green? Huh, sin. You're ginger. Alright, so this guy gets knocked back towards Screech. She was already targeting him, so now she's gonna have a fun time hitting him and hoping he falls over the side of the cliff. Let's see how hard we can hit him. Make
You're
sure
attempting to
he's
push him
targeted.
off. Hold on. Are you attempting to
Okay.
push him off the ledge?
I'm attempting to hit him hard enough that he might fall off the ledge. I'm not actually, like, pushing him, but hoping if I hit him and he just, like, takes a step back, he'll just tumble. It's a small chance, but it's a chance.
Okay, well that's a hit.
I'm really happy to not be rolling one with damage, and as soon as I said that, I know it's going to happen.
Keep in mind, you could also, I don't know, like use IP to like declare things.
Too easy.
A 22 hits though.
I hate spending IP.
That hits
Does
too.
it- 20 hits?
Mhm.
Damn, okay. Okay.
Dragon with butterfly.
Of death.
Rita would totally add of death to the end of that. As soon as as Vardrak said it, she'd be like, yes!
The dragon swoops over near where Arkin and Chaplin are. It turns, it faces the group of cultists, and you see it plume its wings fully. Craven.
So rainbow colored. Craven is going to snatch a bead off of Arkin's little bead things there. And he wants to fly over and drop another.
So you're going to have him drop it right here?
Yeah,
Is he just dropping it straight down?
straight down.
Okay.
'Cause he can't really throw, so.
Oof.
All right. So give me a D6.
Dragon's gonna get caught in it
Did
and
that-
just get crushed.
That didn't come up, did it?
It did not.
Let me try again. Of course that works.
Give me another one.
Okay.
All right, that'll work. So he gets shot out over here, pressed against the rock, like tripping over the bodies of his fallen comrades. The other two get trapped inside. The dragon is far enough above it that he doesn't get hit by the sphere. Dragon is going to use one of his legendary actions.
Sorry, I think I've allowed that.
And what is this? Within 10 feet. So these 4 here. And actually, let me do this real quick just to make sure that we're hitting them with everything that we should be. These guys are all prone. So any effects that prone would have on them.
You have advantage against attacks on them.
Okay, so they have to make dex saves.
Where's the professionals at?
So they're gonna take 10 bludgeoning damage, but also
Oh no.
3 of them get pushed just off the ledge. Actually, this guy's inside of here. He would not get pushed off the ledge. Right? No, okay, yeah. So he wouldn't. These 2 get yeeted off the ledge. And
There's a perfectly timed gravel noise.
Right?
and this guy gets pushed to the edge. And you all see this blanket of glitter just shoot out.
I'm sure it smells like cookies.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dragon. Is that you smell cookies? What the fuck?
Beset.
So what can I do?
Drop kick the bubble.
I can't attack anything in the bubble. I ain't gonna go try to cross paths with a dragon.
You can run on walls and shit. There's one trapped in between the bubbles. You go after
Yeah,
him.
he's useless right now, though. There's
can
2
help
bubbles on the side of him.
Then help Screech with the one she's on.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's hold off on doing what I was planning on doing, and going to assist Screech with her attacks.
You have a torch in one hand and a bottle in the other.
Yeah, he's leaving that up there.
He's like, oh.
That plan is done. So he's assisting her with his action, and as a bonus action, he's taking the dodge action.
All right. Arkin.
So these bubbles, do they look like as soon as they form, they're just kind of stuck in place, or are they like kind of rolling about?
No, so what they look like is it's almost like a semi-opaque smoke that is swirling around them. It's like a thick cloud of fog.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it can be moved, right?
It does not.
No
Okay.
hamster balling it.
I want to hamster ball it.
If that was a thing, we'd have Screech intentionally failing to save, toss it at her, and have her roll around battlefields.
Ooh. Go get those kind of beads. Well, I mean, the dragon's got this. He'd be fine.
Dragons are killable.
It's a god's avatar. Is that
That
kill?
one might poof away after it takes enough damage. I don't know.
Never done this before.
Kind of new grounds for me.
I'll make you a merit badge. God's avatar shows up like, okay.
And Cliff, if the mentality of this helps out, the plan for the merit badge is actually to use one of my forehead gems.
Nice.
I put some thought.
Considering I've seen some of Reyna's be essentially like bottle caps, I think she'd appreciate that.
It's as sentimental and as personal as I can get. And will leave a permanent alteration on Chaplin for the sake of the assistance.
All right, Sin, you're gonna have to draw this up before the campaign.
Oh, boy.
Dude, I can do that with Microsoft Paint. Just like fill black, done.
All right.
One
You
job.
got it.
So,
Perfect.
question, Cliff, was Arkin able to throw a bead without breaking his stealth, or does that action still break it?
That would still break it.
Okay.
Jesus, all those fucking
These-
tokens.
These guys in the back, they can't really see what they're kind of probably distracted as fuck, aren't they? There's a dragon here.
The one in the back, they are fucking laying on their backs, staring at the sky.
I have an idea.
Go nuts. I'm excited. Probably shouldn't throw more of those fears because we're going to run out of people we can hit.
And
Ooh, but I also want to. I have a new spell now. Not really want to do it. But I can be an asshole right now.
That's important.
I mean, kind of. You know what? No. Okay. No. We're good. Probably in hindsight, should have did this last time. Okay, so we are going to cast the haste spell on himself.
Okay.
So let's untarget you, target himself.
So you moved like 20 feet, and now you're casting haste.
Yeah. Well, see, I forgot that I had this because it's been 2 weeks since I put it on.
Well, I mean, you can split up movement and actions however you want anyway. So I mean,
Yeah.
What does haste do? Because that sounds awesome.
It is awesome. I've been waiting a very long time.
it'll
for him to
basically
do
let you
that.
have like 2 actions in one turn.
One additional action. Yep.
Yeah.
+2 bonus to AC, advantage on dex saves, and an additional action on each turn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you look
Only
in the
used
chat,
to attack, dash, disengage, hide.
if you look in Fantasy Grounds chat, it actually tells you kind of the rundown of what effects were applied on Arkin too.
Oh, hey.
So I can either.
Cliff, I'm going to throw a random concentration spell on myself just so that there's something that can be broken because this is a concentration spell.
What is?
The investiture of stone.
Okay.
Unless you're telling me that the thing handed to me by God doesn't take concentration.
It does not take concentration.
This changes a lot. Okay.
No, the staff is the one that's doing everything.
The staff is concentrating for me. Okay.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Oh, dear Lord. Which one? I don't know yet. I'll let you know.
You know what? I will...
Or probably the jackal.
I know. I might. I've already included 2 gods in this fight. Let me see if I can get a 3rd in.
Well,
Well, you know what? Let's
You
just
just-
throw a dagger. What the fuck?
uh, both miss.
Yeah, that was horrible.
because you attacked yourself.
Oh, you
Oh,
attacked
shit.
them and then attacked yourself. Okay, so that first attack missed. And you luckily
Ew.
didn't cut yourself in the process.
Okay, so yeah, I should probably untarget myself, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, with that miss, we're just going to,
Yeah, you got glitter in your eyes and like
yeah,
you know,
I'm a little distracted by the dragon. So I'm
Very
gonna
shiny.
use my advantage of being above them to kind of go over like somewhere like over the cliff where they can't see me and stealth there.
Okay.
And that'll just be my turn for right now.
Okay. You wasted haste for that?
Well, it really kicks in starting next turn, really.
It persists.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So seeing that he is outnumbered, what this cultist is attempting to do is he is going to attempt to grab Screech and toss her off the ledge. So, Screech, I need a strength save, which you get to make at advantage because of
At advantage.
Bassett assisting you.
Fucking hell.
So, oh.
What?
So
What just happened?
So Azrith, so just so you know, one of the homebrew rules that we do here is kind of like a confirmed crit, but it amplifies things. So in this case, she rolled a 20, so she's a crit. She critted, so she gets good effect. Then she had to roll another die. If that becomes a 1 or a 20, then she has to roll a third die. So good, bad, bad.
Like, I've got a fucking 20 straight.
Well, so
And I quit.
so just so
And
you
then I
know,
fucked up.
he rolled a 23. So had you rolled low on that, I mean, he could have actually did that. You dropped a 5. If you'd have rolled the 5, he would have fucking won. And
Yeah.
So he grabs you and he goes to throw you off the cliff. You hunker yourself down and you spin just ever so slightly, and you feel this popping feeling on your back as he grabs the shield. The curse breaks from you, transfers to him, and the momentum of his weight pulls him backwards off the ledge and takes your cursed shield with him.
No! My shield!
That's hilarious.
What the fuck?
We can recover it later, probably.
Probably.
Wow.
Just lifted off the mesh, like, just underneath, like,
Your AC drops
shake
back
it
to
off, slap it
23.
back on.
Yeah, your AC drops back to 23 as a result.
No!
I'm sorry that you can no longer dual wield shields.
I was so excited. I loved having 2 shields. It was the dumbest thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, or we'll do 3d20. Wait, is this a persistent effect?
Is what?
The earthquake.
No, it's I have to burn an action to do it.
Okay, so they all just stand up on their turns
Yep.
then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So then this we don't need here. They are all... Ah, fuck. I didn't want to do that.
Some of those persist a little.
Okay.
The one was trapped in between.
Yep.
There we go.
So they all stand up and begin shooting their bows at the dragon. So die 4d20, and their plus with the shot is a 7. Dragon's AC is 19, so anything 12 and higher hits. So 2 of them hit.
Ooh. I'm sorry, Avatar.
All right. And Arkin, the one that you threw the dagger with, you see he was scurrying, and he grabs the item from under the hide, and he tosses the hide off the cliff. And you see that he is holding this cube that's about 1 foot by 1 foot, and it is glowing bright white. it's almost it's a bluish tinge to it, but it's almost pure white light. It almost looks like a 2D object he's holding it, because it is just like pure white. There's no discerning 3 dimensions to it. And you see him grab it, and he kind of puts it towards his chest, and he bear hugs it. Chaplain.
So I am going to run over here, taking little bits of straight lines that I can and avoiding things because I can go through stone and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast Holy Weapon on Screech's blade. Once I target her. Effect. And then I'll handle the other thing on myself. And then I'm using my bonus action to kind of tilt backwards, pop open my shield, and make a ramp so that they can climb up onto the sphere easily.
Okay.
There's nothing else for them to fight. There's things to fight over there. I want to help them get there.
So the idea is that they're going to scale your shield and then jump onto the thing and then over?
I'm making a 45-degree ramp with my shield by tilting backwards because I can spider climb and treat stone like it's air. I assume that orientation is laughable to me, so I can learn just
Well, you still have to
the
be
shield.
standing on ground, so you would have to have an incline of like 45 degrees to be able to do
Correct.
that.
I can't pop the shield at a 45-degree angle.
No, you put your arm out and it goes up and down.
Yeah, and so I put my own feet slightly or at a 45-degree angle in the dirt or in the ground because I can do that temporarily. Pop the shield and then pull my feet out. Or are you just gonna say no? I can't.
I don't think that. I'm not picturing how it's working that way.
I don't understand why the shield has to go at a 90.
Because honestly, because it's so fucking overpowered, that was the only way I could keep some semblance of balance to it. So it goes straight
That's
up
fair.
and down.
Okay,
So if
that's
you were
fair.
standing at a 45-degree angle, I would totally allow that. So convince me how you're standing at a 45-degree angle.
I can currently walk through stone as if it is nothing.
Right?
Up, down, left, right, it doesn't matter.
So you're basically
So
gonna
I
like.
can- so I can literally just go.
Sure.
I can like take a step backwards to be 45 degrees into the stone.
Sure.
And make
Give me a athletics roll.
Okay. Da-da-ba-da-ba. Once I find that skill. The thing I have -1 to. That went well. I'm using an IP. That's better.
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 All right. So you Beset and Screech, you would see Chaplin move in a very abnormal, almost glitchy kind of way as he's standing there talking to you, and then he just sinks down and then rotates back as the shield deploys and makes a ramp for you to move up the bubble. And Chaplin's like 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
So
Somewhere.
it's a 10-foot sphere that's there. So 10 foot from where he's at, he's about 10 feet or about 5 feet down. So 5 feet. So you're basically, if you walk up the shield and hop off, you'd be right at the top of the bubble.
So Chaplin runs up, casts Holy Weapon on your shield. I'm creating a ramp. Yep. And now there's a wall in front of you, a ramp in front of you, and Chaplin is gone.
He's clipping.
Correct.
I wasn't aware a
physics.
campaign turned into a Bethesda game.
when I have multiple god, when I'm pulling every string in favor I can with multiple gods simultaneously, I can break some rules.
You're breaking the world.
But I'm gonna be a dick here to you a little bit, and say that you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage because you are occupying the same space as Screech.
Which means I take 4.
Okay,
Because I take half from bludgeoning.
perfect. There you go.
Uh-huh.
Screech.
Let me.
So you have Ramplin in front of you here.
Yeah, Melissa is confused about the ramp. Like, what?
There's a bubble that is halfway sunk into the
Yes.
floor, and now there's a ramp that is helping you scale the harder part of that bubble so that you can run over the ramp and over the bubble to kill other people.
Okay.
Because that bubble is physical force.
Melissa, hold on. I got you. Okay. Okay, you ready for this? So here goes the stairs that they're on right now, right?
Yes.
So there's someone that's standing here.
Yep.
And there's a bubble that's going over them. Chaplin has somehow, through the magic of the spell that he has, embedded himself slightly into the ground and popped his shield. So now Screech.
Thank you for drawing that beautiful axe.
So Screech can now run up the ramp and be on top of this bubble and continue to bring death to the person who's over here. And unfortunately, chat seen none of that happening as I was doing it. Yeah, there you go. There's my diorama for everybody. You got it now?
Thank you. Yes. No,
Perfect.
my brain was just like trying to comprehend the 2D to 3D ratio of that. And I was like, I do not fucking get it. Like... Alright, cool. I got it. So, we're somehow doing a ramp so I can come over here, is the gist of it.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is easy and doesn't take rolls and complex stuff. You can just run over and start stabbing someone else.
Got it.
This is why we do the impromptu maps like this, because it allows so much flexibility.
Well, when you hand me the staff of physics is now your bitch, shit's gonna go weird.
I mean, when you started having, you have friends that are gods, that all kind of gets implied. All right, so Screech, you run up on the shield, hop up on the bubble. How many feet is this? 5, 10, 15, 20. So you move 25 feet. And are you just like jumping down on this guy? Like, what are you doing? So.
Oh yeah.
So
jump down, axe.
Before you finish your sentence, let me preface this with: this guy is holding the cube of pure energy, and he is bear hugging it at this point.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, for anyone else, that probably made a difference.
For anyone else, that would make a difference.
I just have to say these things.
I know.
It's gonna detonate.
This is gonna be the fucking death of Screech, but it's going to be glorious.
Like the spheres of force might protect the rest of us, but that dude, Screech, and Arkin are toast.
Oh no.
So what are you're gonna run, jump off, and then bury the axe into him?
Yep.
Okay. I will say this: that action is locked in. Don't roll a nat 1.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't even care about luck. Don't roll a nat 1.
5% chance of a TPK. Woo!
I don't. Now that I can't use luck, well, fuck it.
All right. So you jump down and cleave into this guy, and you basically hit him like in his trapezius muscle, because you're coming down from up atop. So you're either hitting him in the head, you didn't crit, so you're hitting him somewhere else. So yeah, you come down on his trap with this fucking axe and all, 200 pounds of bird and solid plate.
Actually, I can tell you how much I weigh right now. Current 179 plus whatever I weigh. So yeah, 200 something.
One field.
Hey, Screech, high or low?
Low.
Go ahead and roll damage as a crit. Hold shift when you drag your damage die out.
Yep.
Okay. So you bury the axe into his trap, and he is going to make a dex save to maintain, and he does. He somehow, hunkers down even tighter onto this cube as your blade just cuts into his neck muscle.
Fuck. All right.
You have two
Well,
other attacks. If you plan on using
yep,
them.
I do.
That's a miss.
I have luck. I have luck.
You were one roll away from the biggest catastrophe that we have ever seen in any campaign. That's a miss.
Frankly, even if it nuked here and we did do a TPK, we probably would have still saved the world.
What the fuck?
Because it
I'm using an
detonates
IP
here
to
and
re-roll
not
that.
high
Okay.
up the mountain.
Well, the dwarves need it.
What
Yeah,
the fuck?
But they'll have some modicum of
That's a
time
hit.
to go get a replacement as opposed to being nuked by it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it.
All right. Any bonus actions or anything that you want to do?
I don't have bonus action.
Isn't action surge a bonus action?
Oh shit! I forgot I hadn't used that yet.
Action surge and your fucking heal is a bonus action.
But I'm not hurt. And I'm so used to using action surge at the beginning that I forgot that it was still available. So all
It's
right,
like
let's
we-
keep hitting.
Okay.
It's like we made a good ambush.
That's a hit.
To hit. Fuck these 1s and 2s. This is. That would also
that's a
be
hit,
a
yep.
hit.
Oof.
And why won't this motherfucker die?
That's a hit.
Bitch.
Ooh. So he is just holding on to this thing for dear life, and like he's just a bloody mess holding on to it. And
Eventually.
you're noticing that every time you hit him, when the blood spatters onto this cube, it almost seems to be absorbed by it. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Oh, I am not wise.
Arkin, are you in view of this?
Yep.
Give me a perception roll. Okay. 21 from your vantage point. You don't really notice anything weird with this either. Screech, you don't notice anything weird with it. You do notice that the boards is seemingly absorbing.
Actually, I do have proficiency.
Well, right, yeah. So I said a 21.
Okay.
21 from your vantage point, because you're up looking down. You're not noticing any of the fine details that are going on right now. But both of you notice that as the blood is hitting this cube, it's seemingly absorbing it.
Gotcha.
Anything else you're doing, Screech? The dragon is going to use its legendary action. Actually, it's not. The dragon is going to move here for its turn. Craven.
Craven's going to come over, land on Arkin's shoulders, and prepares to assist.
Okay. Now the dragon is going to use its legendary action. And it is going to puff out its wings again and 3d20. What is the save on this guy? The save is a 22. And these guys have a 7, I believe, for dex. Oh, they have a 5 for dex.
This will be fine.
So, one of them makes the save. The remaining 2, though, this one and this one. I don't even know why I'm bothering to do this, but they take this amount of damage, and they are blown off the ledge. So 11 and 10. 1, 1, 3. 3. Bloop. Bloop.
Think they'll be okay? Anything's possible.
I misunderstood earlier. I thought the cube was inside one of the bees of force. Can I speak off of my turn?
Sure. You could say like a sentence.
Basset, please acquire that cube if you can.
Basset, your turn.
Oh God. All right.
You got this.
Which one?
Let's.
You have you have a ramp that you can run up to get on top of that bubble.
Jumping down on shit.
Okay.
That's just a recipe for disaster.
Fuck it, I'm going around.
Right. If I like nip one of those things, I'm gonna fucking get ping pong back and forth and shit.
You're just running. You run off the ledge and around. You just hear Chaplin like motherfucker.
The important part of that round was primarily giving Holy Weapon Screech, frankly.
All right, let's 2 attacks. Let's do this twice because I'm pretty sure he's gonna save against this. Key point, stunning strike, and where is it? There it is.
This isn't one of the ones that has to be against someone who hasn't been attacked this turn, is it?
Nope.
Okay. He is successful in the save.
All right, for his second attack, stunning strike. I think I can do that twice, right?
If it's one of your key moves, I'm pretty sure you can.
With melee weapons, yeah, he just takes up one of my attacks. All right, let's try it again.
He definitely succeeds on that one.
Alright, that's all he's done.
Okay.
Bonus action, he's gonna assist Screech with attacking this guy.
Okay.
But doing that got rid of my sanctuary.
Okay. Arkin. You're seeing a clusterfuck between 2 bubbles.
The guys inside the bubbles are pretty much useless. They can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear them like trying to get out, but it doesn't seem like it's working so far.
All right. It's nowhere really to stand. Can I fly, like, come down flying above this guy and attack? Or, because I don't think I have a place to stand.
I mean, you could stand on the bubble.
Okay, so this guy is like bear hugging the cube. Standing up, or is he like laying down? What is he doing?
Hold on. So, John, you're probably gonna be a little pissed, but you're also gonna be a little happy. So I never seen this before. The very last paragraph of the Beat of Force. An enclosed creature can use its action to push against the sphere's wall, moving the sphere up to half the creature's walking speed.
God damn it.
The sphere can be picked up, and its magic causes it to weigh only 1 pound, regardless of the weight of the creature inside.
Wait, you can just pick these things up?
They weigh a pound.
To be fair, everybody that has been using this has had access to this fucking text and has not read it yet. So I am not taking sole blame of this.
All right, John, toss him.
So we can hamster ball.
They weigh 1 fucking
Delete
pound.
this fucker.
Okay.
See how far you can throw it.
But Arkin doesn't know any of this.
Well,
He could make a theory and test theory, but he doesn't know for sure that's how it works because you guys haven't done it yet.
Yeah. Someone just ran over the top of one. If it only weighs 1 pound, some obvious movement would have been present.
Not necessarily.
It kicked back into Chaplin and like bounced back off of his head.
I braced it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess my question is, did Chaplin tell Arkin it can't be moved, or did Bob tell John it can't be moved?
Bob told John because
Bob told John.
nobody's
Okay.
tried moving these yet. I don't think.
Okay.
Didn't Chaplin move one on the boat?
No, when it was on the boat, we treated it like an immovable object
Yeah.
that we had to go around.
Okay.
Well, then, for the sakes of not retconning everything, these specific beads are immovable.
Well, here's what I was going to do anyway. This was the action I was going to take, and this is going to be an interesting thing because he is under the impression they can't move. I was going to fly down and kind of do like the splits between them,
Okay.
and then in his mind they're not going to move. But if they are going to move just by accident without him trying,
No, they're
then
not gonna
we'll roll
move.
with that.
We'll say that these ones, if we already made a call that they can't move, which I didn't recall doing, but if we already said they're immovable, then we're just gonna stick with it that these specific ones from this necklace, they don't have that same property, so they don't.
Okay.
Move. So you can go ahead
That's
and Van Damme it.
Okay, yep. Got a Van Damme on above this guy.
Okay.
First, and then he's popping out from stealth. So before this guy sees him, he is going to cast. Let me see. Let me make sure I have him targeted and not myself, because this will be a disaster if I
Well,
do.
let me know what you're
target
doing
him.
before you do it.
We're starting off with a hold person.
Okay. Then first, go ahead and give me an acrobatics. Let's see how well you land these splits between two spheres.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and do your hold person.
Okay. I'm going to roll it twice. He has to take the lesser of the two saves.
He failed both.
Okay. So we're going to apply that.
Okay.
So with me above him, now I would like to then make as a bonus action, try to sleight of hand
That'd be
the
a full
cube
action.
from him.
It'd be a full action to be able to take that item out of his hand.
Well, for rogue cunning, I think it's cunning action. I want to say it is. Let's see. Let me just double check before
Well, I
say
mean, you're
this.
not pickpocketing. You're trying to pry something out of a dude's hand who is bear hugging it. Like, this guy
Okay.
is making a conscious effort to not let go of this. So it's not like you could just slip in and pick a coin out of his pocket like sleight of hand would do.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be you're literally got to pull this out of this dude's hand. I mean, if you want to try to like sleight of hand his belt so his pants fall down or something like that, sure you could do. But in this case, no. For this guy is like his action has been to hold on to this fucking thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess I will start then by stabbing him, and then we'll see what happens from there.
So you're gonna do hold person and then stab him?
Stabbing's good.
Yep.
Doesn't stabbing him break the hold person?
No.
Okay.
Let me see here. I think he can only save on his turn. The Tasha's hideous laughter would mean he would get the chance to save on the hit, but no hold person. He can't do shit unless I. Oh,
I
fuck.
think it either has to make a save or you hit him and it breaks it.
No shit. That would be a concentration thing. My concentration's already being used.
Hold person is a concentration, yes.
Yep.
So whatever you were concentrating on before, it is now broken.
Fuck, I forgot about that. Oh, that's right. That's my oopsies. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking stab him then.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
What else were you concentrating on?
Haste.
Oh,
I
yeah.
already fucked it up and used it wrong.
Yeah, but you kind of did something else that kind of works a little bit.
Now, here's a question. It's already an automatic crit because he's paralyzed. And then I just rolled a crit.
I'm going to say that with the amount of hit points that he has left, it really doesn't matter what you roll.
Okay.
But if you want to just, show numbers, feel free to roll.
I would like to show numbers.
Sure. It's a lot of die. So you exceeded his total hit points by 48.
We're going to, with his bonus action then, kind of then slip the cube from his arms as it's going limp.
So you're going to try to catch it basically before he hits the ground.
Yes.
Because I assume the dagger just went into the top of his head.
Yep.
Sure. So, give me a sleight of hand and a acrobatics. We're gonna take the lowest of the two.
Okay, so first sleight of hand and acrobatics.
Okay, so that would be a 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, so Screech Bassett, you see this shadow kind of jump overhead for a second. You see Arkin hit splits on these two bubbles while jamming the dagger into this dude's head. And he kind of like... and you see his body start to fall. And as his body's falling, you see Arkin swivel around so he's hanging upside down, and he grabs the cube before it hits the ground.
Yeah.
Nice.
And his body kind of like hits the ground, and he's just... So now Arkin is upside down between two bubbles, holding a cube of power. Arkin,
I have the power.
go ahead and give me a concentration save, or a constitution save, please.
Okay.
You fail your constitution save, and you, everything inside you, everything of your being is telling you to hold this cube as close as you can and not let anybody else touch it.
My precious.
Oh God.
You're never gonna find Arkin again.
We're never gonna see Arkin again.
And the beads, how many rounds do the beads last?
A minute.
A minute? Yeah, so it's still going.
Like, still going strong.
Can we have some air holes?
No.
Yeah.
No, we only have 2 free bandits left.
There's
Yep.
still not
And
gonna be an
speaking of
issue.
that, 2d20. Okay, both of those hit and one is a crit.
They kill that dragon.
I will be very upset.
I'll be very surprised.
So there's that one, and then this is the crit. Yup. Chaplain. Yeah, this thing is not being compliant, so let's do it this way.
So Arkin has the cube.
Uh-huh. You've seen him flip upside down. Well, you don't see shit because you're embedded
No.
in the ground in a Bethesda glitch. You don't see anything.
So I'm gonna bonus action unshield, kind of run up the wall, see what's going on, and then
From that vantage point, you see Arkin is now doing the splits between two bubbles upside down, and he has the cube against his chest, and he's bear hugging it.
thank you, Arkin. Keep it safe. I have no reason to believe he's doing anything other than what we're supposed to. So
I mean, that's what he's doing is keeping it safe.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go over and help my dragon friend. Does the dragon look particularly injured?
He looks particularly irritated. But he's definitely, like, he's got, like, arrows sticking out of him. bleeding a little bit.
Hello, dragon. I am here to help.
Is anyone else hurt? Not really. So I apparently didn't think this through super. I thought there were more turns in between them and me. I wouldn't know if spells can pass through those those spheres of force.
I mean, if we're using the same logic we used before, they can't.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna, do the thing and win the points and slap a sacred flame at this dude. By this dude, I mean that dude, because fuck him. He's closer to my friend. So throw a save at them. I targeted myself because, I love me.
Chaplain, you fail the save. The cultist
That's fine.
succeeds.
Okay. Then that whiffs, and that is my turn. Although I now remember I should have, done another earthquake. Oh well.
Screech. You're looking up to see an upside down Arkin staring at you, hugging the cube. Yeah, he'd be looking at you.
Now what?
Oh yeah, Screech is trapped now. She's sandwiched between two.
We didn't really plan this far. And
Yeah.
the spheres kind of threw things all wonky, but it did mean we only had to fight 8 of them instead of 12 of them.
Yeah. So she's just kind of like looking up at Arkin, like, now what?
Is Arkin's mental state still intact aside from this one thing that he has to do? And
Your objective is to whatever Arkin thinks would be the thing that would keep this cube the safest is what Arkin needs to do. Like basically your sole objective right now is this cube. Like you'll sacrifice your life for this cube. So whatever you think would be the safest thing to happen to this cube is what you would have to do.
If he looks down at the bottom of these bubbles, does it look like let's say no, never mind.
It's
He's
Screech's turn
going
right now.
to
It's Screech's turn.
Huh?
Right now. Screech's turn.
Right. He's just gonna say, I don't know, go help Chaplain.
Move.
Well, go move over there.
I feel like Screech could make those jumps.
Mm-hmm.
Bounding over 10 foot.
I mean,
yeah.
so technically speaking, she can jump 20 feet, up to 20 feet.
Yeah, which is
Because she has
a
a 20
perfect
in
arc
strength.
over a bubble.
I don't want to imagine that.
I absolutely want to imagine that.
So all you gotta
have
do is give me an athletics roll, and we can see if you make it over these things or not.
Do it.
Fuck it, why not? Let's do it. Athletics, you said? Not acrobatics, athletics?
Athletics.
You would want athletics.
You say that, but I'm proficient in acrobatics.
Why?
I still don't understand that.
Look. Because.
I'm
Yeah.
strong.
So you
not
have
athletic.
you
Strong.
have 16 feet that you can vertically leap. So you could make it on top of that bubble pretty easily. Yep.
Isn't that the one skill that's based on strength?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
I looked at it and went, fuck it, that's a pretty high bonus to it, so I'll do acrobatics because I know we have to do both saves and I want to make sure I live either way.
And you made the save, or you made the check, to be fair.
So are you jumping to your left or to your right?
There are things.
It
to
would
stab.
be...
You know the direction you came from, and there's nothing more to stab there.
Yes, but the thing is, when it asks left or right, it would be Screech is right, but left on the map.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I was asking Melissa, not Screech.
Yes.
Left.
Okay. So yeah, so you hop your little chicken ass up on the bubble, and then that would be so you have 5 feet of movement left.
Dash and go hug someone.
Yeah, but if I move 5 more feet, the bubble's domed. Do I just slide down the rest of the way?
No.
Do you want to land prone? Because that's how you land
I
prone.
just wanted to know if that was gonna happen.
No. You're good. Dredson, thank you for the gifts, man. Welcome,
oh, dang,
everybody.
Dreadsend. Nice.
Welcome, everybody. Enjoy the emotes.
Alright. Now I gotta go put the rat away.
Are you not dashing or anything? You're just...
Are you gonna?
No, but if I dash, then I'm next to the cultists.
To be fair, she's not
Do-
actually being dumb by being up there because she can't really be countered.
I have the high ground. I learned a thing from Obi-Wan.
So you're just
Yeah,
gonna chill
that's
there
an
then?
automatic win.
Alright. Well, it's actually kind of better that you did because the dragon hole knocking people off the cliff, he doesn't get to
Yeah.
discriminate like...
I did say those 12.
Well, yeah, no, but the wing attack that he does, there's no discrimination.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
He doesn't get to go, all right, not you, but these two. It just doesn't work that way. But it's not something you really have to worry about right now anyways, because Chaplain, you see that the one underneath him that got that crit hit off, he's looking at him quite intently, and you're hearing this sound that sounds almost like wing chimes that sound like they're like growing louder. And
Good save.
Mm.
Nice, solid, high number.
And you see
Ooh.
this cone shoot out that is just like this rainbow cloud that envelops this guy.
You just vomited rainbow on him.
What
And
is
you
that
hear
number,
him,
Cliff? I have to see it. Yes.
and you hear the cultists begin to scream.
Beautiful.
Craven.
Alright, for real. Gonna go put the rat away. I give him medication. Now he needs to...
Yep.
Is Craven under that same impulse, or is it just Arkin?
He's his own entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still Craven. He's just doing what he
Okay.
would do.
Yeah, he's just gonna prepare to assist Arkin with whatever he's doing.
Okay. Beset, you see the back of Arkin's head as he's holding onto this cube.
Mhm.
Oh, actually, hold on. It's not your turn yet. Dragon's taking his legendary action. And he is going to...
Eating a motherfucker.
he's going to hit this motherfucker with his tail. Alright, now it's Beset's turn.
Cultists of Titans. I know it's been their name the whole time, but it's still cool.
He's gonna attempt to first move up like 5 feet, so he's not dangling off the edge,
Okay.
and he's gonna try to punch one of these guys, like, or not punch. He's gonna try to like whack him with his stick.
Like, through the bubble?
Yeah, just see if he can, because he's never seen these things before.
Okay. Go ahead and roll attack on one of them.
Crit and break the bubble.
It's a hit, but you don't feel like it did anything. You feel the strike like disperse across the surface of this bubble, and you don't see anything inside happen.
Are these people like standing up in it, moving around?
Yeah, so you're seeing him moving around. For a while there, you've seen him like pushing towards the edges. You've seen them casting spells. And at this point, like the guy in the middle of the bubble to your right, he's just sitting on the steps.
Yeah, he like hits the bubble with this thing and like shrugs, looks at the guy sitting down. He like
He shrugs
points
back
to
at
the-
you.
like points to the dragon, and Basette's gonna like point to him, put his hands up.
That's fair.
He's like,
It's like, what are they trying to tell me?
Arkin.
It's a symbol of peace.
Now that he's not there, I can put your token where you were supposed to be at.
Yeah.
Well, actually, technically, you should be. I'm going to move him back here and you back here just to make things easier.
In his message to Chaplin, he's, hey, Chaplin, can you make the ground underneath these bubbles slanted?
Not across that large of an area.
I mean, one of the bubbles, or
Only a tiny fraction of the space of one of the bubbles.
oh well, probably just leave them.
They will continue to come after us.
Okay, we'll tell your dragon friend to come get them. Anyways, flies up to the top of the bubble next to Screech. We still screwing around with these two? He's still like clutching his cloak is like over it, but you can tell like
There's glowing coming.
yeah, like he's purposely like holding it really close to himself.
You see, like, this plume of, like, glitter smoke is, like, dissipating around the one closest to the bubble.
Like, yeah, he's sure. Yeah, he'll just toss a dagger.
That's a hit.
Do.
I just see he just did it with his left hand. Like, he's just...
Yeah, just nonchalant.
Still stab him in an eyeball.
All right. Yeah. I mean, this will try to kind of cunning action stealth. We'll see. And he's done.
Okay. I am Uncle Buck. What's up, man? Thanks for popping in here. I didn't know you streamed on Thursdays, bruh. Alright, so 2d20. This one hits. And the dragon's going to take a legendary action to retort.
As you do. It's weird to be playing Dungeons and Dragons and have the dragon be on our side. Like, did we do this wrong?
So after our last campaign and this one, I'm getting kind of used to that. We're afraid of dragons.
I don't know how to DM. Chaplain.
Is the dragon over there flying or like gripping the wall, or what's the?
Oh
deal
no,
there?
he's flying.
Have it up. I'm going to go into the wall, down underneath them. So I'm using cover of being inside the stone, going through the stone, going underneath them, earthquaking, and then gonna pop out over here, if that all makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
want earthquake just between the two right there, next to the dragon, so that I'm not hitting the bubbles and the shit to the right, my friends. But I don't want to provoke a ton of attack of opportunities because I can move through stone. Because I'm a cheater.
So like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. What's the save they got to make?
26 is what you told me.
Oh yeah, so they have to roll a 19 or higher.
Yeah. You
2D.
gave me a god stick.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so grateful for it.
They don't.
Oh.
So they are both knocked prone. Anything else you're doing?
No, that's all of my actions.
Okay.
Save for a bonus, but I don't have anything. I'm gonna throw healing word at the dragon. It's pitiful, but I can do it.
Okay.
So let me target you. Healing word. Bam. Have 7 hit points. I helped. Now I'm done.
Screech.
They are prone and hurting.
And you're muted.
Mm-hmm.
John, give me a D6.
Oh my god.
Let's give a negative effect to Arkin. Who the fuck?
Wonderful. Alright.
You got 5 temp hit points. As you're absorbing power from this cube that you're carrying. Screechy bird.
Yep. I'm gonna hop down to this little space here, and this circle's where the earthquake's happening, right?
Yes.
That Chaplin.
It was
okay.
An instantaneous effect, so those two people are just prone. So stabbing them will be easy.
Stabbing them is much easier. Wonderful. Is he actually marked as prone?
Yes, he is.
Yes. Ha ha ha. We smack. What the fuck?
That's a miss. John, you have disadvantage on perception for the remainder of the night. You are way too focused. You are way too focused on this cube right now.
Makes sense, actually.
I want to IP that. I want to roll it again.
Okay. That's a hit.
Hey.
That's a killing blow.
I said it's 5 feet, so I can still run over here.
And as you run through, you pass through this like mist of glitter smoke, and it kind of sticks into your feathers.
Now I'm shiny. Wonderful. I am not upset by this at all. I'm
Like
sorry,
Gabriel
I target
level.
this
So-
guy.
This is the 3rd time tonight that one of you players have leveled up while it was your turn.
Wait, what?
So like I have the level up system in chat.
Uh-huh.
Screech leveled up first, then John leveled up, and now Lissa just leveled up, and all of them did it on their turns. But it's completely random how like the experience is just a gradual thing, so it's just happened to be on their turns when they leveled up. It's pretty sweet. 30 is a hit.
Yeah, I'm just lamenting that a 19 isn't a crit, but I didn't take that feat.
21's a hit too. Wait. Didn't you already attack twice? Or no, you only did one. Okay.
No, I only attacked the one guy once.
Okay, yep. I got you.
Hey.
The dragon no longer has any legendary effects, so he can't do anything just yet.
Oh.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah. Just a glittery bird standing in front of a dragon.
You hear this sound that you can only assume is a laugh coming out of this dragon. And as he or she makes this noise, you see it start beating its wings, and it starts doing it where the top beats first and then the bottom beats, and it's like this dual action movement that it does. And as it does,
I'm in danger.
As it does, you start seeing this slow swirl of this chromatic energy wrap around the person in front of you. And he has to make a wisdom saving throw. Ooh, what does he have to make the wisdom saving throw of, though? He has to make the wisdom saving throw of 21. So he just makes it. And Screech, you get this smell of cookies, but nothing happens. Craven.
There's no cookies.
He's assisting.
Okay.
Hold on. He's gonna take a legendary action. And after you see him like laugh, and then nothing happens, and you see his expression turn to just rage. At that point, so he's gonna take a legendary action. He's gonna smack this motherfucker with his tail.
Smack.
Oh wait, no, sorry. Basset, it is your turn now.
Just to clarify, the one to the right of Screech is dead?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. He's. Bloop.
I thought that might affect Basset's turn.
Yeah. Okay. Along the wall, then up and over.
All right. All right. There you go.
And
Ooh.
Not bad.
Bonk.
comes up. Yeah, comes up full fucking baseball swing on this guy. Second attack.
That's a
24?
hit. Yep. And as you hit him with that final blow, you see his eyes sort of roll back into his head, and he hits the ground. And as he does, the dragon swoops down, and you see him beat his wings that same way again. You see the swirl wrap around his body, and you see his body polymorph into a plate of cookies, and then the dragon eats the cookies.
This is acceptable.
And then it flies over, and it perches on this bubble,
Oh no.
and it just waits. And for brevity, that's more into that for the night.
Okay.
All right.
Then we don't have to keep you guys too late. I'm glad we got to do an extra half hour to make up for the half hour that I lost from technical difficulties. Feels good to be back. Holy shit, I have a whole thing of feed I gotta go back through here, so y'all gonna have to fucking bear with me for a second here. Holy shit. Alyssa, thank you for the 30 months. Allie, thank you for the 19 months. Evil, thank you for the 11 months. Allie, thank you for the gifts to Bob and Sin, and for all the biddies for the hype train. And iSpider, thank you for the follow. Azza, thank you for the bits. Dredza, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gift subs. I am Uncle B, thank you for the raid. And Diet Sheba, thank you for the follow.
And for your pride's sake, Cliff, I don't want you to miss the comment that Uncle B says he's in awe of your overlays.
Oh, I already responded to it. Thank you. I need the ego boost for the day, though. So for anybody who's new here, we do games every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And as you can see, it's fully interactive. You can use your channel points. This campaign that we are on currently right here, which is 68 episodes in. Next week will be 69. Nice.
Nice.
Will be ending at the end of this month. And then a new campaign will be starting on February 4th. Any Streamloots cards that you have, any of the Streamloots cards you have, they will carry over. So you're not going to lose anything there. They will be modified to fit the new campaign. The new campaign will not be in Dungeons and Dragons, but rather be in Savage World, which, if you don't know what that is, it's a different game engine, so to speak.
It's so cool, though.
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of the mechanics and kind of the hindrances that Dungeons and Dragons puts in place to kind of keep all their classes balanced and have unique identities. It kind of takes that away and allows you free form to create your character any way that you want to. So it has a lot more flexibility, and I think that it allows you to focus on just the RP and identity of your character more and not be as restricted by mechanics, really. So that's going to be fun, and it's going to take place in a modern day setting. So it's going to be modern day Las Vegas in an alternate timeline in the year 2015. And, it'll be a modern fantasy, so it's going to be everything that we have in real life, but there's also some mixture of magic into it, which all falls into the story. So if you like what we're doing here, then make sure you continue to check that out when we make that switch over, because there's going to be even more ridiculousness to be had with that. Yeah. Just waiting on your logo. Like I said, hit me up. We can work something out. Diet Sheba's in the community. Awesome. Well, thank you for bringing them over here. Will there be new candidates for the 2016 election? In all honesty, I mean, there would have to be, right? Like, there's going to be new powers that are rising, new changes to the world, new ways that people have to think and act. So new candidates would have to be there. They would have to be candidates that are keeping up with that particular time. So yes, I will make that canon right now that there are absolutely different candidates in the 2016 election. Everybody is welcome. And with that being said, we're already a half hour over. Bob is going to turn into a pumpkin soon, so I need to make sure that we get need to get rated out here. Oh shit, I need to look at goals.
I was muted. I have to be awake in 5.5 hours.
I have to be awake in 7, so I'm there with you. I'll probably be up to like 3 because my sleep schedule's fucked again.
I'm unemployed now. I don't have to be awake ever.
You have to be awake by 8 p.m. Thursday.
Cool. Works for me.
I'll set an alarm.
So if anybody has any suggestions of who you want to rate out to, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to start looking through my list and then see who is on.
Games Done Quick is running this week. They're currently playing a speedrun of Resident Evil 5. Games Done Quick is a week-long speedrunning thing to raise charity money.
Yep.
I like it. But they have 74,000 people watching, so
They do.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
yeah, I like the idea, but let's save the raid for someone who might be able to
Benefit more.
pick up someone new. And not necessarily benefit more. I mean, it's a good cause. I like it. It's just, if you do want to support that, by all means, head over to, what was it, Games Done Quick, you said?
Yeah, Games Done Quick.
yeah, go ahead and head over to them just so you can check that out. And if you're gonna donate or anything, please feel free to do that. I would support all those good causes.
Azrith says Blackwater D&D is live.
Blackwater D&D.
Blackwater
let's see.
D&D or GDQ.
GDQ is GameStone Quick.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, alright, my brain didn't put that together.
Blackwater Gaming, they look like they're having fun. They got a good layout. All the criteria I look for as a snobby graphic designer. And it doesn't look like they're going to any sort of new game right now.
First hit.
And it doesn't look like they're ending. So let's go ahead and kick this off soon before one of those, or if not all of those, change. So thank you all again for hanging out. I really do appreciate you guys being here. Stand by next week. Next week is like the penultimate episode. And then the following week will be the finale, the grand finale of a 70-week campaign. So thank you guys all again. I appreciate it. Have a great night, and see you next week, hopefully. Bye.
Trying to figure out what's going to be, you know, the one-up combat big thing after, you know, saving the cube to stop a Titan from wreaking havoc on the world. Because the only direction